Chapter 1265. Senior Chiyu, you should know that those who are not of our race will have different intentions. The Jiuli Devil Kingdom is an outsider. Even if it becomes the Chiyu celestial system, it will still be rejected by the Xianting. Now, we need someone who can change the Chiyu celestial system. Jun Xiaoyao guided. With Chiyu Demon Emperor's level of cultivation, it was obvious that his scheming wasn't bad. So, you mean that an outsider like you can lead the Chiyu celestial system? Chiyu Demon Emperor said coldly. The Jiuli painting had a special meaning to the Chiyu celestial system. Obtaining the approval of the Jiuli painting meant that he had obtained the approval of the Chiyu Devil Emperor. Such a person might not be able to lead the entire Chiyu celestial system immediately, but at least he would be a spiritual leader. Jun Xiaoyao's words were tactful, but to someone like Chiyu Demon Emperor, he saw through Jun Xiaoyao's ambition. He wanted to lead the entire Chiyu celestial system. Jun Xiaoyao didn't panic at all after being seen through by Chiyu Demon Emperor. This was already within his expectations. If a legend of the demonic path could be so easily fooled, then he would definitely be fooled. Then he wouldn't be able to cultivate to this level. I'm not a leader. I just feel sorry for the Chiyu celestial system after seeing their current situation. After all, their predecessor, the Jiuli Devil Kingdom, was so prosperous and was one of the origins of the demonic path in the immortal region. And you, the founder of the Jiuli Devil Kingdom, shocked the immortal region and even forced the Xianting to negotiate with you. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Chiyu Demon Emperor went silent and looked deeply at Jun Xiaoyao. Facing a demonic legend, he could still be so calm and glib. This vision, this courage, this spirit, even during Chiyu Demon Emperor's era, not many prodigies could reach this level. Why is the Jun family always producing monsters? Chiyu Demon Emperor murmured. He couldn't help but think of the monster that rose from the Jun family. The imperial seal of Tao affirmation descended from the heavens, but he didn't care. Later on, he fought until the heavens fell silent and challenged all the gods and even legends. Now, when he saw Jun Xiaoyao, he felt as if he was looking at that freak again. At the same time, he sighed deeply. If there was someone like Jun Xiaoyao in Chiyo's lineage, he would have been able to do so. No, even if he only had 1/10 of Jun Xiaoyao's talent and courage, he wouldn't have been oppressed to this extent. Junior, you are indeed courageous, but are you not afraid that I will destroy you? Demon Emperor Chiyu asked. Jun Xiaoyao was still chuckling. Senior, feel free to attack. Junior's body might be destroyed, but I won't die. Oh, don't tell me you are... Even Demon Emperor Chiyu had a strange look in his eyes. The Jun Xiaoyao in front of them was actually just a clone. He could sense the imperfect aura of the connate sacred being in Jun Xiaoyao. And this was only one of his clones? The Jun family's evildoer had surpassed his master. Jun Xiaoyao added, Senior, I won't complain if you attack me, but the fate of Chiyu Immortal's lineage might be decided. If there's a war between the two realms in the future, the Chiyu Immortal's lineage will be the first to be destroyed. And the only person that can change the fate of Chiyu Immortal's lineage is me. Jun Xiaoyao's words were deafening. Demon Emperor Chiyu fell silent. Even someone of his status was not stupid enough to know what was best for the Chiyu Immortal's lineage. You've passed the test, but I hope you won't be as ruthless as Xianting, Demon Emperor Chiyu said calmly. His voice was calm. However, it was quite pressuring. He might not be in the 9 heavens immortal realm, but he had gone to the source. However, it was not a wise move to incur the wrath of a legendary demon cultivator. A cultivator like him didn't even have to do anything himself. A single thought from him was enough to destroy everything. Thank you, Senior. Don't worry, the Chiyu Immortal's lineage will only grow stronger in my hands. If you come back in the future, you might see a formidable faction on par with the Jiuli demonic kingdom. Jun Xiaoyao brought his fists together with a smile. Demon Emperor Chiyu glanced at Jun Xiaoyao one last time before his figure slowly faded away. He murmured in his heart before his figure faded away. The Jun clan has an impressive descendant. With his talent, he will be qualified to go to the source in less than 1,000 years. Demon Emperor Qiu's divine sense dissipated. Jun Xiaoyao was finally able to begin the initial refinement of the Jili painting. The Jili painting was extremely important. It might only be a top-tier monarch weapon, but it had the potential to become a pseudo-immortal weapon. It might even become an immortal weapon in the future. The Emperor clan did not have a pseudo-immortal weapon until now. Strictly speaking, the Bronze Immortal Palace was an ancient weapon. It might be powerful, but it was not on the same level as a pseudo-immortal weapon. As for the Jun clan, it went without saying that they had more than one pseudo-immortal weapon. However, Jun Xiaoyao could not give it to the Emperor clan directly. The monarch imperial court belonged to him alone. If he relied on the Jun clan, the management would be messed up. If he got the Jili painting, the Emperor clan might have a pseudo-immortal weapon in the future. After that, Jun Xiaoyao began refining the Jili painting. At the same time, in other places in the world of divine remains, the prodigies of the other celestial orthodoxies were also getting opportunities. On a certain floating island, a young man in dazzling armor, who looked like a god of war, looked at the army of 10,000 puppets in front of him, and his eyes glowed. It was Xing Yinshin. This is a puppet army of the Xingtian Celestial Orthodoxy, the Heaven Slaying Guards. They are in charge of punishing and killing Xianting rebels. Xing Yinshin's eyes were shining. When the 10,000 Heaven Slaying Guards worked together, they were definitely a powerful force. With this team, I might be able to go toe-to-toe with Di Haotian, Xing Yinshin said to himself. He looked at the depths of the land of inheritance again. There should be more of the Xingtian Celestial Orthodoxies' inheritance there. He was not the only one like Xing Yinshin who got opportunities from the Celestial Orthodoxy. In another area, Di Haotian, with his golden hair and silver eyes, looked like a god. He held a dazzling flower bud in his hand. It was also a flower of the past. He did not know that Jun Xiaoyao had already taken the flower of the past. However, it was not difficult for him to find another one. Di Haotian landed on a magnificent ancient ruin. He waved his sleeve. The ruins of the palace and its treasures had all collapsed. Below, the puppet army was lined up neatly. The puppets were all wearing ancient armor with dragon patterns carved on their chests. They held dragon spears in their hands and had extraordinary auras. The dragon subduing army of the Fushi Celestial Orthodoxy? There aren't many of them, but they can be used. Di Haotian waved his sleeve again and took the entire dragon subduing army into his pocket. And Emperor Shi's sword. I must get it. After I get it, it's time to enter the real ancient ruins of the Xianting. I need to find that treasure that only I can use. Also, it's time to find her. When the time comes, I can use her power and prestige to unify the entire Xianting. Di Haotian's expression was full of confidence. He had arranged everything neatly. As for the deaths of the Purple Flame, Lord of Heaven, the red-haired ghost, and the others, Di Haotian could vaguely sense it. However, he did not care at all. After this opportunity, he would unify the entire Xianting. When the time came, the 9 celestial orthodoxies would respect him. The 18 steeds of Yanyan would not be of much use to him. Di Haotian was different from Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was a very protective person. However, Di Haotian only cared about himself. Even if they were his subordinates and followers, if they were not important, he would not care if they died as long as they did not affect his plans. If Jun Xiaoyao was said to be a domineering figure, then Di Haotian was a cold and heartless emperor. Chapter 1266. The location of the Qiyu immortal lineage's inheritance. Lu Fugui, Mo Yenyu, Qilong, and the other geniuses of the Qiyu immortal lineage. They all stared unblinkingly at Jun Xiaoyao, who was in the blood pool. The Jili painting had completely covered Jun Xiaoyao's figure. No one knew what had happened. Could there have been an accident? Qi Yu asked hesitantly. Impossible. It was Mo Yinyu, and her voice was cold and delicate. Her reaction surprised the others. Why was she so confident in the black-robed man? Getting the recognition of the Jiuli painting means getting the Qiyu Demon Emperor's approval. Not everyone can do that. Especially for an outsider, Qiyu said. Master will definitely succeed. Mo Yinyu vowed solemnly, because she was the only one present who knew Jun Xiaoyao's identity. In her eyes, Jun Xiaoyao was a mythical existence. There was nothing he couldn't do. Jun Xiaoyao had created far too many miracles for him to count. Compared to those, it was laughable that a mere Jiuli painting could stump Jun Xiaoyao. Perhaps it was because of Mo Yinyu. All of a sudden, the pool of blood began to boil. The Jiuli painting, like a living creature, began to wriggle, tremble, and release a monstrous bloody aura. It was actually a rare, murderous weapon. After all, it was made with 9 demon emperor skins as the foundation. Naturally, it carried a monstrous, murderous aura. This was also the reason why it was difficult for ordinary people to control the Jiuli painting, because the murderous aura could affect the mind of the person who controlled it. If one couldn't get the Jiuli painting's approval, even if one forcefully obtained the Jiuli painting, one's mind would be eroded. In the end, one might even go crazy and become a madman who only knew how to kill. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Jun Xiaoyao's figure appeared. At this moment, the breathing of Qi Long and the others almost stopped. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, and the Jiuli painting shrunk in a bloody light and fell into his hand. He did it! Qi Yu and the rest of the Qiyu Immortal System's prodigies widened their eyes. Their eyeballs were about to fall out. Qiu's Jiuli diagram was taken by an outsider. That's awesome. Lu Fuguei couldn't find the right words to describe it. Mo Yinyu had already expected this, so she wasn't too surprised. Qi Long's eyes trembled. He really succeeded. That means Qi Long knew what this meant. This mysterious black-robed senior had obtained the approval of Demon Emperor Qiyu. He might be the key to changing the fate of Qiyu Immortal's lineage. The harvest this time is indeed great, looking at the Jiuli diagram floating in his palm. Jun Xiaoyao was very satisfied. Even though the Jiuli painting was a top-notch imperial armament for the time being, it was still a top-notch imperial armament. However, its material and foundation were still at the level of a pseudo-immortal artifact. Its value was immeasurable. Most importantly, Jun Xiaoyao also discovered something else. In the next moment, he poured a trace of the power of law into the Jiuli painting. Suddenly, the Emperor Dao, runes engraved on the Jiuli painting lit up. Soon after, the crowd felt a series of rumbles coming from the 5,000 barbarian cavalry. They actually knelt down on one knee in front of Jun Xiaoyao. This is... Everyone in Qiyu Immortal's lineage was stunned. These 5,000 barbarian cavalry seemed to be under Jun Xiaoyao's control. One had to know that this was an army of supremes, a total of 5,000 supremes. Although they couldn't be compared to a real supremes, this was still an invincible elite army, especially in the Forgotten Realms. Controlling such an army was enough to crush the other prodigies. Jun Xiaoyao was very satisfied. Such an army was definitely an important force to the Emperor Imperial Court. It would be a great deterrent. It's about time. Let's leave first. The Jiuli diagram in Jun Xiaoyao's hand shook. The 5,000 barbarian cavalry were all sucked into the Jiuli diagram. The Jiuli diagram wasn't just a murderous weapon with a strong murderous aura, but also a spatial artifact. It was so spacious that it could even store the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. This murderous weapon could also be considered a weapon of war. At this moment, Qi Long suddenly spoke. "Senior, please wait. What's wrong?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. "Senior, have you seen Demon Emperor Qiyu?" Qi Long asked nervously. I did see a strand of Demon Emperor Chio's divine consciousness. Jun Xiaoyao answered honestly. Did Demon Emperor Chiyu acknowledge you? You can say so. Jun Xiaoyao said casually. Hearing this, even Chiyu, who had a trace of resistance and doubt towards Jun Xiaoyao in the beginning, had a serious look on his face. After all, Demon Emperor Chiyu was a godlike existence to Chiyu Immortal's lineage. Since Demon Emperor Chiyu acknowledges you, Senior, then you are the spiritual leader of Chiyu Immortal's lineage. Qi Long bowed to Jun Xiaoyao. That's right. Whoever receives Demon Emperor Chiyu's recognition will be the leader of Chiyu Immortal's lineage. Chiyu and the others said solemnly, then knelt on one knee before Jun Xiaoyao. The Jiuli diagram was of great significance to Chiyu Immortal's lineage. Since Jun Xiaoyao had obtained it, he was their leader. This was an ironclad rule. You! Jun Xiaoyao pretended to be hesitant, but the corners of his lips soon curled into a faint smile. Everything was as he had expected and planned. You don't even know who I am, yet you want to choose me as your leader? Jun Xiaoyao asked. No matter who you are, if you are acknowledged by Demon Emperor Chiyu, it means you can definitely help Chiyu Immortal's lineage. Qi Long said solemnly, That's right. Chiyu Immortal's lineage has had enough of Xian Ting. Chiyu added. Anger surged in their eyes when they thought of the discrimination and unfair treatment they had suffered. Fine, if that's the case, you can follow me for the time being. I don't think anyone from other lineages will dare to bully you. Jun Xiaoyao said. Qi Long and the others were overjoyed. Thank you, Senior. Of course, they didn't know Jun Xiaoyao's identity, but if they knew, their expressions might be interesting. After that, Jun Xiaoyao and the others also left this place. The entire world of divine remains was extremely vast. Even the outer area was not something that could be explored in a short time. Jun Xiaoyao's eternal sand level, primordial spirit, had a wide range of perception and was very sensitive. He had also found a few other places where they were hidden, but he wasn't interested in most of them. They were all divided up by Lu Fugui, Mo Yanyu, Qi Long, and the others. At a certain moment, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. It was an aura that seemed to come from the same bloodline, which made his primordial spirit tremble slightly. Jun Xiaoyao's heart skipped a beat. Even his quasi-connate sacred body, Tao embryo, was trembling. That aura, could it be related to Desolate Emperor? Chapter 1267. Jun Xiaoyao came to the Forgotten Nation. There was a big reason. It was because of the clue left behind by the endless heavenly emperor. Mars appeared, the Forgotten Land, desolation. Jun Xiaoyao guessed that the desolation was probably referring to the Desolation Emperor. But Jun Xiaoyao also had doubts. How could the ancient Xian Ting have something related to the Desolation Emperor? The Desolation Ancient Sacred Palace, built by the Desolation Emperor, shouldn't have anything to do with the ancient Xian Ting. The two didn't interfere with each other's business. Jun Xiaoyao had always been suspicious, and now he personally sensed this aura. It was in the depths of the world of divine remains. That should be the range of the ancient Xian Ting ruins, Jun Xiaoyao thought. The entire world of divine remains. The outer and middle areas should be the places of inheritance of the major immortal heritages. The inner area was the most ancient and core of the ancient Xian Ting ruins, and the aura that resonated with Jun Xiaoyao came from the ancient Xian Ting ruins. Without hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao went straight in. The rest of the people followed behind him. After an unknown amount of time, in front of them there were clouds and mist and thousands of rays of light, filled with a vast aura. It was a golden mountain that was so tall that the top couldn't be seen. Like the other floating islands, the golden mountain was also suspended in the void. Jun Xiaoyao looked at it and felt a little strange. He felt that this golden mountain was in the shape of a human. Of course, it was only in the shape, and the outline was very blurry. However, around this golden mountain there were countless runes as vast as the sea. There seemed to be a powerful gravitational field. Ordinary elites couldn't go deep at all. As soon as they stepped into this area, they would be pressed down from the sky. It seems that it's difficult for us to enter. Qi Long and the others looked troubled. Not to mention them, even Lu Fugue and Mo Yinyu had to use Dharma artifacts to barely enter. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao gently waved his hand and a vast aura surged. Like a cocoon, it wrapped this group of people in it. Everyone immediately felt that the pressure had disappeared. Thank you, Senior. Qi Long and the others were pleasantly surprised. The strength of this black-robed senior was far beyond their expectations. Jun Xiaoyao and his group were not the only ones who had come here. Groups of figures also appeared in other directions of the Golden Mountain. In one direction, a group of sky prides appeared. The leader of the group was a young prodigy. His hair was like burning flames and his red eyes were like molten lava. It was the Zhurong Immortal System's seed-level genius, Yan Xiao. On the other side, Shinnong's geniuses also showed up, led by Medicine Gentleman. Next, Immortal Xing and the others also appeared. They were led by Xing Yunxin, Long Xuani, and the others. There was also the black-cloaked man with a special aura that Jun Xiaoyao had been paying attention to. This should be the Saint Mountain, the place where the ancient Xian Ting geniuses had the opportunity to train, Xing Yunxin said to himself. In ancient Xian Ting, there were naturally some training grounds for young geniuses, and this Saint Mountain was one of them. The sacred mountain had an innately vast suppressive aura. It was a form of tempering and sharpening for any genius. In addition, if one stayed on this Saint Mountain, one's body would be greatly tempered. This was because the Saint Mountain was filled with a special aura that could automatically temper a prodigy's body. This was also the reason why Xing Yunxin and the others came here. They wanted to use this opportunity to transform their bodies. Beside him, the black-cloaked man with a special aura raised his head slightly. He glanced at the Saint Mountain and smiled. On the other side of the Saint Mountain, a group of people also appeared. Among them, there were two outstanding individuals who looked 70% similar. They were the first and second of the 18 steeds of Yenyun. Radiant battle physique, Yu Hui. Dark night physique, Mo. In Di Haoyan's era, they could be called the most stunning twin stars. The two of them complemented each other and were invincible. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it was enough to prove their strength. If the two of them worked together, even Di Haoyan would have to be careful. Beside them was a beautiful woman with a cold aura and bright eyes. She was the brains of the 18 steeds of Yenyun by Luoxue. She frowned slightly and said, "Purple Flame, Heavenly Lord, and the others should have died." Mo said lightly, "There are many dangers in the Forgotten Kingdom. It's normal for them to die. I don't know why, but I feel uneasy. They might have been killed by someone else," Bai Luoxue said in a serious tone. "Someone actually dares to provoke us." We didn't believe that someone would dare to attack the 18 steeds of Yenyun. After all, they were Di Haoyan's followers. Even if they didn't respect him, they had to respect him. It could be said that even the current young emperor, Ling Yan, didn't dare to fight Di Haoyan head-on. Not to mention the other celestial heritages. "No matter what, we should be careful," Bai Luoxue said cautiously. "You're too jumpy sometimes." Mo shook his head slightly. After that, people from all walks of life began to approach the sacred mountain. Among them, Qin Yuanqing's team had also come. All the prodigies started to climb the Saint Mountain. There were many blood essence treasures on the Saint Mountain. Some people even saw light flashing at the top of the Saint Mountain. That was the light of the elixir of immortality. Jun Xiaoyao also led a group of people to climb the Saint Mountain. However, he was protecting everyone alone. The moment they stepped onto the mountain, everyone could feel a unique aura seeping into their bodies, aiding in the tempering process. After sensing this aura, Jun Xiaoyao's expression changed. He looked at the top of the Saint Mountain with a deep look in his eyes. He finally understood what that clue meant. Jun Xiaoyao led the group to continue climbing the Saint Mountain. The higher they went, the more pressure they felt. The others, like Xing Yin God, Yu Hui, and the 18 steeds of Yen Yin, Yen Xiao from the Zhurong Immortal System, and Medicine Gentleman from the Shinong Immortal System also wanted to reach the top. Jun Xiaoyao's speed was naturally the fastest. After a long time, he led a group of prodigies to the top of the Saint Mountain. There was a golden pagoda at the top of the Saint Mountain. The pagoda had 7 floors. It emitted an extremely terrifying sealing power. In each floor of the golden pagoda, there was an immortal source. In the immortal source, a figure with a profound aura was sealed in each floor. That's Qi Long and the others behind Jun Xiaoyao were shocked to see what happened. "What do you know?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. "Could that be a saint sealed by the ancient Xianting?" Qi Long was surprised. "A saint from the ancient Xianting?" Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. They were actually dormant seedlings. However, the saints sealed by the ancient Xianting were obviously not to be underestimated. And now there were 7 of them. If they were released, they would probably become an extremely powerful force in the ancient Xianting in the future. This was not what Jun Xiaoyao wanted to see. More importantly, he had more or less understood everything. The ancient Xianting's actions really made him a little unhappy. Chapter 1268. Inside the 7-story golden pagoda, there was a celestial source on each floor. Each immortal origin contained a prodigy at the level of a saint of the ancient immortal court. Jun Xiaoyao sensed with his divine soul. The tempering aura from the entire sacred mountain gathered toward the golden pagoda. It then flowed into the bodies of the 7 sealed saints. In other words, these 7 saints were sealed by the ancient Xianting. During their long hibernation, they were being tempered by the aura of the sacred mountain. They used the aura of the sacred mountain as nourishment to temper their bodies. After such a long time, it was hard to imagine how powerful these 7 saints from the ancient Xianting had become. But why are they hibernating in the forgotten nation? This was one of the points that Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled about. The forgotten nation was sealed, and the time of its reappearance was uncertain. If the ancient Xianting wanted to seal seed-level prodigies, they should not have sealed them in the forgotten nation. In comparison, these 7 saints from the ancient Xianting seem to have been sealed here with someone, just like the 18 horsemen of Yen Yin, who are hibernating with Di Haoyan. Could it be that there are other important figures from the ancient Xianting sealed here, and these 7 saints are just followers? Jun Xiaoyao suddenly thought of something. But no matter what, I have to destroy this golden pagoda first. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a cold light. He already knew some of the causes and effects. The most important thing now was to destroy the golden pagoda that sealed the sacred mountain. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to make a move, in other directions, other sky prides had also ascended to the top. They immediately saw Jun Xiaoyao and the others. "It's you." The first to ascend was Xing Yunshen's bloodline. When Xing Yunshen, Long Xuani, and the others saw Jun Xiaoyao, there was a hint of coldness in their eyes. When they were fighting for the flying fairy waterfall in the Forgotten Nation, they were also tricked by Jun Xiaoyao. He didn't get the opportunity to enter the flying immortal waterfall. After that, Yu Hui, Umo, Bai Luoxue, and the others from the 18 steeds of Yen Yun came up as well. They glanced at Jun Xiaoyao with a strange look in their eyes. The 18 steeds of Yen Yun could sense each other's presence. They could vaguely sense a wisp of purple flame, Lord's aura. In other words, Purple Flame, Lord of Heaven, and the others had died at the hands of the black-robed man. On the other hand, Bai Luoxue looked at the black-robed person. For some reason, she felt even more uneasy in her heart. Following it, Yen Xiao of the Zhurong immortal lineage, Medicine Gentleman of the Shinong immortal lineage, and the rest of the geniuses, including Qin Yuanqing and the others, arrived too. For a moment, the atmosphere froze. "Hey, Could that be the seed of the ancient Xianting? Yan, Shao, medicine gentleman, and the others looked at the 7 figures sealed within the golden pagoda with surprised expressions. If we can win them over, the successors of the immortal orthodoxies began to think. We'll talk about this later, but right now, there are some personal grudges that need to be settled. Xing Yunshin said coldly and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. What a coincidence. We also have personal grudges that need to be settled. Yu Hui and Yu Mo also stepped forward. Seeing this, Yan Xiao and medicine gentleman looked at each other and took a step back. They didn't want to get involved in a 3-way battle. They had seen this black-robed person before. He was from Ling Yan's lineage. Yu Hui, Yu Mo, and the others were from Di Haoyan's side. Xing Yunshin and the others didn't need to be mentioned. The 3 bloodlines were the most powerful forces in the world, and they were like 3 pillars of a tripartite balance. The other geniuses could only watch from the sidelines. Qin Yuanqing was also watching from the side. He also wanted to see if his thoughts were correct. You guys step back. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand and asked Lu Fugue, Mo Yanyu, and the geniuses of the Qiyu immortal lineage to step back. Lu Fugue was a bit hesitant because the opponents before them weren't easy to deal with. Even Di Haoyan couldn't ignore Yu Hui and Yu Mo working together. Xing Yunshin had the battle's sacred body and was even more powerful. There was also the soaring dragon ancient emperor's son, Long Xuanyi. None of them were easy to deal with, unless the black-robed person's identity was as he thought. As for Mo Yanyu, she stepped back without hesitation. She was the only one present who knew Jun Xiaoyao's identity. In her eyes, although these opponents were strong, they weren't Jun Xiaoyao's match. Looks like this battle is unavoidable. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was still indifferent. Yan Xiao and the others looked at Jun Xiaoyao curiously. Facing Xing Yunshin, Long Xuanyi, Yu Hui, Yu Mo, and the other geniuses, he was still so calm. His identity had piqued everyone's curiosity. Do you think you can challenge us just because you have Ling Yan's support? Xing Yunshin's aura fluctuated. The few of them subtly sealed off all escape routes around Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. I think you guys have misunderstood from the beginning. What? Their faces were cold. You guys are not worthy of being challenged by me. Would a true dragon in the 9th heaven provoke a loach in the mud? Jun Xiaoyao's words caused the expressions of everyone present to change, making them look even colder. Boom! Xing Yunshin attacked directly. He had always been a swift and decisive person. With one punch, the world shook. The battle's sacred body was said to be the best in terms of combat ability. Of course, there might be some exaggeration, but the strength of this sacred body was undeniable. Jun Xiaoyao also threw out a punch. The 2 fists met. Bang! There was a thunderous boom, and Xing Yun God felt a monstrous power coming from his arm. Like an egg hitting a rock, his chest shook and the blood in his body surged. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood, but he swallowed it down. You! Xing Yunshin was shocked. Jun Xiaoyao then said, brute force can take down 10. Combat techniques are worthless when faced with absolute power. Not to mention that his strength completely overpowered Xing Yunshin. In terms of fighting skills, Jun Xiaoyao, who had practiced the War God Catalog and fought with ancient Chaos Emperor, was no weaker than Xing Yunshin. Who the hell are you? Long Xuanyi also took a step forward. Jun Xiaoyao didn't answer. He just said, you guys can come at me together. Otherwise, I won't even be interested in fighting. He's a bit arrogant, Mo said. But it reminds me of someone who used to be so arrogant, but now he's healing in his ancestral land, Yu Hui said calmly. The elites looked at each other. They all knew who Yu Hui was talking about. Mo Yanyu couldn't help but chuckle in her heart. She really wanted to see the funny faces of these people when they found out the truth. Jun Xiaoyao was very nonchalant about all of that as he stepped out. Suddenly, the entire sacred mountain seemed to tremble. An extremely terrifying energy appeared. The power of blood rushed to the sky as if it had turned into a dragon. At the same time, tens of thousands of runes appeared as if the great Tao in the world was resonating with it. When this aura burst out, it was no weaker than the pressure of the sacred mountain. The expressions of all the sky prides changed drastically at this moment as they exclaimed in shock. Innate sacred body. Chapter 1269. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao no longer concealed his aura. A vast dragon of qi and blood traversed the sky. Billions of runes flickered, and flowers of the Tao bloomed in the void. Jun Xiaoyao seemed to be standing at the center of thousands of Taos, overlooking the heroes in all directions. Although he was still wearing a black robe, everyone had an illusion that he was a god of the great path who had descended here. How is this possible? The innate saint body. Xing Yunshin, Long Xuani, Yu Hui, Umo, and the others were all shocked. Their previous calmness was completely gone. No one could remain calm in front of such an invincible body constitution. Before, Jun Xiaoyao only had the sacred body of the ancients, but he defeated all the geniuses and broke through the ancient road of the ultimate. Later, he transformed into the chaotic green lotus body, which had the same nature as the chaotic body. The innate saint body was one of the most outstanding body constitutions. As everyone knew, the ranking of the 3,000 body constitutions was not fixed. There were often ups and downs, but the truly powerful body constitutions couldn't be too weak. For example, the chaotic body, the innate saint body, and the eternal deity body had never fallen out of the top 5. This was enough to prove, as long as one had these body constitutions, no matter how weak they were, they could dominate an era. Previously, some people wondered why there was no news of the innate saint body in this golden era. And now, after personally feeling this aura, everyone's eyes widened and their breathing almost stopped. The innate saint body. Qi Long, Qiyu, and the other geniuses of the Qiyu celestial lineage were all shocked. They didn't expect the mysterious person who was recognized by the Jili painting to have such a heaven-defying body constitution. No wonder he could be recognized by the demon emperor. Qi Long and Qi Yu came back to their senses. It would be surprising if such a body constitution couldn't be recognized. Mo Yanyu was also a little surprised. She knew Jun Xiaoyao's identity, but she didn't know that Jun Xiaoyao had such a body constitution. To be honest, she was also confused. As for Lu Fugui, he was even more confused. Did I guess wrong? Lu Fugui murmured. He had previously guessed that the black-robed man might be the rumored son of God of the Jun family. However, it was impossible for the Jun family's son of God to have such a physique. His sacred body of the ancients had crumbled in front of everyone in the world of the ruins of God. Later on, when he returned from the other side, he returned with the chaotic green lotus body. It had nothing to do with the natural saint being of Tao. In the distance, Qin Yuanqing's face was as pale as a sheet. I've been provoking a Taoist embryo of the connate saint being. Qin Yuanqing's divine soul was trembling, and he wanted to slap himself. Fortunately, that Lord doesn't seem to care about me at all. Otherwise, I would have been long gone. Qin Yuanqing felt a lingering fear. He felt as if he had just escaped death. Other than them, Yan Shao, medicine gentleman by Luo Xue, and the others were also extremely shocked. No, it's indeed the aura of the innate saint being, but it's not complete. The one who spoke was the black-robed man who was with Xing Yunshin. His words immediately calmed the hearts of the geniuses. Xing Yunshin and the others examined carefully and also felt that something was wrong. That's right. It's not a complete innate saint being of Tao. Xing Yunshin and the others also realized, but their expressions didn't relax much because of this. Even if it was an incomplete innate saint being of Tao, ordinary people couldn't underestimate it. There were the fight sacred body, the glorious battle body, the Dark Knight King body, and other supreme body constitutions. But in the face of this incomplete innate saint being of Tao, they still paled in comparison. They weren't on the same level. "It seems that we really have to join forces," UMO said in a low voice. He didn't sound as relaxed as before. His tone was very serious. "Let us meet you and reveal your true colors," Xing Yunshin said. Their tones were much more restrained now. They weren't as arrogant as before. After all, no one knew if this incomplete, innate saint being of Tao would be complete in the future. If it was complete, it would definitely stand at the top of this golden era. Boom! Then Xing Yunshin, Long Xuanyi, Yu Hui, and UMO attacked directly. The black-robed man didn't attack immediately. Bai Luoxue didn't attack either. The uneasiness in her heart was still there. Xing Yunshin activated his fight sacred body. He clenched his fist and punched out. Instantly, thousands of fist shadows appeared. It was the Tribulation King fist. Long Xuanyi also attacked. His pure ancient emperor bloodline was boiling. He raised his hand and used the anti-dragon claw. Thousands of runes appeared in the air and formed a 5-clawed golden dragon claw. 5-clawed golden dragon was the emperor of the dragon race. It was the most honorable symbol. His father, soaring dragon ancient emperor, was a 5-clawed golden dragon. As for UMO, he had the Dark Knight King body. Around him, the black tide poured up like ink. It seemed to drown the world and was going to turn this world into an eternal night. Rumor had it that in ancient times there was a Dark Knight King body who'd reached the peak. He'd turned an entire ancient star zone into an eternal night. Billions of creatures couldn't escape from it. As for Yu Hui, he was the opposite. His body shone brightly like the sun. Hundreds and thousands of glaring balls of light appeared around him and shot out like a rain of light. It could be said that the 4 great prodigies had all used their strongest moves. After knowing that their opponent had a connate sacred body, they didn't dare to underestimate him at all. Jun Xiaoyao pushed out his palm as usual. However, this time there seemed to be runes appearing on his palm, forming a great Tao rune. The runes seemed to have combined to form a bell. The bell seemed to be able to contain the world and suppress the universe. The prodigies present were about to suffocate. They were all outstanding prodigies of Xian Ting and had extraordinary vision. They immediately saw that the bell seemed familiar. The Wuzhong bell. That's Emperor Wuzhong's Dharma artifact. Medicine Gentleman of Shinnong Immortal System exclaimed. As soon as these words were spoken, all the sky prides trembled. Emperor Wuzhong was definitely an existence that had been engraved in history. Even now, his name was still circulating in the deity region. With an ice coffin on his back and a bell hanging above his head, he killed his way to the 9 heavens. The Wuzhong bell was Emperor Wuzhong's Dharma artifact, which suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao was only using runes to construct the Wuzhong bell. It was a secret technique he had learned from the Emperor Wuzhong Sutra, called the Wuzhong Seal. It could be said that in the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands, no one was more suitable than Jun Xiaoyao to cultivate Emperor Wuzhong's technique. Could he be Emperor Wuzhong's successor? Yes, he also has a connate sacred body. Although it's not complete, he can use Emperor Wuzhong's technique now. All the prodigies instantly figured it out. Damn, could he really be Emperor Wuzhong's successor? Lu Fugui was also shocked. If that was the case, then it made sense. Why was the black-robed man so powerful that he could instantly kill the Child of Truth, Purple Flame Heavenly Lord, and the others? Emperor Wuzhong's successor was no small matter. In fact, there were no weaklings among Emperor Wuzhong's successors. As for those famous great emperor successors, their strength was even more terrifying. Jun Xiaoyao didn't refute. He already had the title of Emperor Luan's successor. It didn't matter if he had another title. Moreover, he had obtained the Emperor Wuzhong Sutra, so he could be considered half of Emperor Wuzhong's successor. However, the prodigy's expressions changed again when they heard this. After all, Emperor Wuzhong had a very special status in the deity region and was praised by tens of thousands of people. His successor obviously had an extraordinary status and wasn't someone to be trifled with. Chapter 1270. Jun Xiaoyao held the Wuzhong seal and slammed it at the four geniuses. What kind of boldness was this? To suppress the four heavens' favorites all by himself. The four geniuses had the battle's sacred flesh, the glory battle flesh, the Dark Knight Emperor flesh, and the ancient Emperor bloodline. None of them were weak. They were all at the top of the geniuses. Now, however, he was faced with Jun Xiaoyao's everlasting seal. They felt like the Wuzhong martial monarch had really appeared. The Wuzhong bell made up of the laws of talismans fell, as if it was going to suppress the whole world. That boundless power was too terrifying. It truly possessed an invincible demeanor. The sacred mountain was shaking as if it was resonating with Jun Xiaoyao's aura. A thunderous crash took place. The four geniuses were knocked back and spat out blood. They were seriously injured. The geniuses were still shocked, but they were not as shocked as before. The reason was simple. They all assumed the mysterious man in a black robe was the successor of the Wuzhong martial monarch. The Wuzhong martial monarch was the synonym of unbeatable. To have the qualifications to become his successor, it was obvious that he was also invincible. Therefore, the others were not too surprised, even though they were a little surprised. Xing Yinshin and the others might be strong, but they were obviously weaker than the successor of the Wuzhong martial monarch. Are you really the successor of the Wuzhong martial monarch? Xing Yinshin wiped the blood off his lips. His eyes flickered with great fear. The Wuzhong martial monarch was too famous in the immortal realm. If Qin Nan was really his successor, his influence would be huge. On top of that, he also had the quasi-innate sacred flesh and the Tao fetus. The news would surely shake the nine heavens immortal realm. Many factions would try to recruit the successor of the Wuzhong martial monarch. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly, neither admitting nor denying the claim. If you don't dare to fight, then do as you please. Jun Xiaoyao had no time to waste on these people. Xing Yinshin wore a twisted expression. Many people in Xianting thought he was qualified to compete with Ling Yan and Di Haoyin. After today's incident, his prestige would probably hit rock bottom. If the successor of No-End Great Emperor can defeat him, Xing Yinshin thought to himself, he no longer hoped to completely suppress or kill this black-robed man. Even if they could defeat him, it would be an honor. Isn't it an honor to be able to exchange blows with the successor of No-End Heavenly Emperor? I'd like to give it a try. Xing Yinshin did not give up and attacked again. This time he didn't hold back at all. The power of the fight sacred body was pushed to the extreme. Behind him, the power of laws surged, transforming into a vast phenomenon. In that vision, an indomitable figure resembling a god of war was fighting with a true dragon. That battle intent seemed to be boiling as it swept through the heavens and the earth. That's the battle sage body's vision. The war god fighting dragon portrait. Some heavens' favorites exclaimed. They didn't expect Xing Yinshin to even use his battle sage body. The battle god fighting the dragon was so lifelike that it was as if it was happening in the real world. The battle chi pressed down with boundless might. Yu Hui, Yu Mo, and the others also attacked. Behind Yu Hui, a blinding sun appeared. It turned into a blinding beam of light that pierced through the void and attacked Jun Xiaoyao. The glorious battle body vision, dawn break. Around Yu Mo, darkness surged like a tide, turning into a domain of darkness. And in this domain of darkness, a dark deity sat cross-legged, as if he was the lord of the dark night, the representative of the dead, sovereign of the eventide, sovereign of the world. The sovereign of the eventide raised his hand and pressed down on Jun Xiaoyao with his pitch-black hand. It was as if a dark night had fallen. Everyone around hurriedly pushed away and exclaimed in their hearts. No wonder they could challenge Di Haoyin. The strength of these two brothers was indeed shocking. In addition, there was Long Xuanyi. He didn't have a special body constitution, but he was a pure-blooded descendant of the ancient emperor and had the ancient emperor's bloodline. The ancient emperor's bloodline was no weaker than any other supreme body constitution. Long Xuanyi also attacked, the dragon blood in his body boiling. His dragon aura surged into the clouds and eventually turned into a terrifying true dragon image. A lifelike, 5-clawed golden dragon with scales all over its body appeared. It was tens of thousands of feet long and looked like a winding mountain range. Its dragon aura surged and covered heaven and earth. Some of the surrounding sky prides were forced to retreat, their faces full of shock. No wonder he's the pure-blooded descendant of the ancient emperor. This true dragon image is no weaker than other body constitutions. Some sky prides exclaimed. Now, everyone's attention was on it. Battle god, fighting dragon portrait. Dawn break. Sovereign of the eventide, sovereign of the world. True dragon image. For great avatars pressed down on Jun Xiaoyao. Even if Di Haoyan was here, he would have to be extremely careful. If he wasn't careful, he might fail miserably. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, stood with his hands behind his back and sighed softly. I won't cry until I see the coffin. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Xiaoyao took a step forward. Suddenly, his aura surged into the clouds, and the entire sacred mountain trembled as if it was resonating with Jun Xiaoyao. 10,000 saints appeared around him and bowed. Sacred body avatar, reverence of 10,000 saints. Then an immortal king stood tall and stepped into the 9 heavens. His immortal aura fell like a waterfall, and his aura shook the world. Immortal king descending to the 9 heavens. Chaotic aura surged, and green lotuses appeared. They were mysterious and magnificent, and each green lotus could crush the starry sky. Chaotic green lotus. In the void, a Tai Chi diagram appeared. Yin and Yang were born, and life and death were exchanged. As it rotated, it seemed to be able to revolve life, death, yin and yang. Yin-yang diagram of life and death. Seeing the 4 great avatars, all the sky prides were suffocated. They even felt as if Jun Xiaoyao was the one in the fight. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had the sacred body of the ancients before. Now, the sacred body avatar had appeared again. However, no one suspected anything. The reason why the innate sacred body was so strong was that it combined the advantages of the sacred body of the ancients and the innate sacred body of the ancients. The sacred body of the ancients phenomenon could naturally be displayed by the innate sacred body of the ancients. This scene was extremely shocking. The 4 great sky prides displayed shocking avatars at the same time. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao alone displayed 4 great avatars. This simply made people's blood boil. However, that was not all. After the 4 great sacred body avatars, another strange phenomenon had appeared. In the void, millions of miles of rivers and mountains seemed to appear. It was as if all the beautiful mountains and rivers of the mystic realm fell into it. In this scene, mountains towered, silver chains fell, ancient trees towered into the sky, and great rivers surged. Immortal aura was abundant, and it was a scene of immortals. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the legendary, ethereal immortal realm. This is the 5th avatar of the sacred body, the beautiful mountains and rivers. Someone exclaimed. Xing Yinshin and the others also felt their hearts skip a beat. Even Jun Xiaoyao had only been able to create 4 visions in the past, but the successor of the Wu Zhong Great Emperor in front of them had cultivated 5. Under the hood, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. Previously, he had comprehended the subsequent avatars through the blood of the desolate emperor. In addition, his aptitude later broke through to the king of anomalies, and his understanding of avatars became deeper. Now, including the beautiful mountains and rivers, 5 of the 6 great avatars of the sacred body had appeared. But in fact, Jun Xiaoyao had also comprehended the last one. However, The last avatar was reserved for Di Haotian. As for the 4 in front of him, using 5 great avatars was more than enough to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife. Chapter 1271. At this moment, an earth-shattering battle broke out on the top of the sacred mountain. None of the heavenly talents had expected this. They would be here to witness such a vast battle. Xing Yunshin, Long Xuani, Yu Hui, Umo. Every single one of them was definitely one of the best among the heaven's favorites. They were existences that everyone would submit to. But now they were forced to work together against one person. That mysterious black-robed man had an even more shocking background. He was suspected to be the successor of the Wu Ji Emperor. It could be said that this battle would definitely attract hundreds of millions of cultivators to watch if it happened in the outside world. But now, only the heavenly talents around the sacred mountain were paying attention. Under everyone's gaze, the 4 avatars of Xing Yunshin and the others collided with Jun Xiaoyao's 5 sacred body avatars. In an instant, heaven and earth shook, and there seemed to be hundreds of millions of claps of thunder in the void, shaking the universe. The entire holy mountain was trembling, and rocks were rolling down the mountain. The 7-story golden pagoda was also shaking, and everyone's attention was attracted by the battle. No one noticed it at all. In the golden pagoda, the immortal source of the ancient Xian Ting's sacred sun began to slowly crack, rumble. The collision of the avatars was too shocking. In the middle of the collision, there seemed to be a lightning nebula brewing. Poof! The sound of vomiting blood was heard. Xing Yunshin and the other heavenly talents were all sent flying, and blood splashed out of their mouths. They were instantly injured again, and many of their ribs were broken. Everyone felt incredulous and looked at the other side of the collision. However, what made them dumbfounded was that Jun Xiaoyao didn't retreat at all. In other words, the 4 of them together didn't even have the ability to shake Jun Xiaoyao. How is this possible? Everyone felt that it was unbelievable. These 4 were definitely the top heavenly talents. Even if Di Haotian was here, he should have been pushed back a little, right? This successor of the Wu Ji Emperor is ridiculously strong. Someone couldn't help but say. Behind them, Mo Yenyu's eyes were full of admiration. In her heart, she had already elevated Jun Xiaoyao to a godlike status. But now, the strength that Jun Xiaoyao displayed had once again refreshed her understanding of him. Jun Xiaoyao was very calm about this. If it was before he had entered the Forgotten Kingdom, perhaps the 4 of them would have been able to force him back by 1 or 2 steps. But now, after a series of fortuitous encounters, Jun Xiaoyao's aptitude had reached the king of variables, and his essence spirit had broken through to the eternal sand level. He had also cultivated 30 nomological laws. Even though his cultivation realm had not changed, his strength had undergone a qualitative change compared to before he had entered the Forgotten Kingdom. The speed at which his battle prowess increased far surpassed any of his peers. It was enough to make everyone despair. "This is a monster!" Long Xuani coughed out a mouthful of blood. An ancient dragon-scaled armor appeared on his body. If it wasn't for the protection of this ancient armor, his injuries might have been even more serious. Yu Hui and Yu Mo's eyes were solemn. They felt like they were facing Di Haotian again. It was an unshakable existence that was as majestic as a mountain. Even Di Haotian had not brought them such despair. How can this be? Xing Yunshin gritted his teeth. His Tao was the Tao of battle. He feared nothing. But now, a trace of fear had appeared in his heart. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to his Tao heart. The successor of the Wu Tian Emperor in front of him had become his inner demon. "I won't play with you anymore," Long Xuani said. He already had the intention to retreat, so he flashed away. Everyone's jaws dropped. This was not a nobody, but a pure-blooded descendant of the Emperor of the Ancients. How could he just run away like that? Yu Hui and Yu Mo glanced at each other and prepared to leave as well. They were not stupid. The person in front of them was probably someone that only Di Haotian could fight against. However, to their surprise, the black-robed man was directly suppressing them. Long Xuanyi and Jun Xiaoyao did not care for now. However, Yu Hui and Umo were Di Haotian's top warriors. Perhaps Di Haotian would not care if the other members of the 18 horsemen of Yan Yun died. However, even Di Haotian would not be able to remain indifferent to the death of the first and second ranked generals. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao directly attacked and wanted to eliminate Di Haotian's right-hand men. Yu Hui and Umo's faces changed when they saw this. They had not thought that the black-robed man would not let them go. The two of them shouted and attacked again. They used their body constitution to the maximum and unleashed powerful attacks. However, Jun Xiaoyao only pressed down with his palm and all their attacks were destroyed. The two of them coughed out blood. Successor of the Wu Tian Emperor, are you trying to offend young King Haotian? Umo shouted. Don't worry, I will fight with him, Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. The successor of the Wu Tian Emperor was going to fight with the ancient young King Di Haotian. It was going to be an epic battle between two geniuses. Is the successor of the Wu Tian Emperor related to the son of god of the Jun family? Some people guessed. After all, Di Haotian and Jun Xiaoyao were rivals. Now, Jun Xiaoyao was recovering in the Jun family's ancestral land. However, the successor of the Wu Tian Emperor suddenly appeared and wanted to fight with Di Haotian. Ha! Other than Di Haotian, who can push me to this point? Yu Hui suddenly sneered. Are you finally going to show your true colors? Jun Xiaoyao said casually, as if he already knew something was going to happen. What is the meaning of this? Hearing this conversation, everyone was puzzled. In that era, other than Di Haotian, no one could push me to this point. After Yu Hui finished speaking, he and Umo looked at each other. One of them released a bright light, while the other released a dark light. Under everyone's shocked gaze, they slowly merged. Finally, a figure stepped out of the black and white light. It was a tall and imposing man. His hair was half white and half black, and his face was exactly the same as Yu Hui and Umo. His aura was several times stronger than both of them combined. It was suffocating. That's the sacred light and darkness constitution, some geniuses exclaimed. The crowd was in an uproar. No one expected Yu Hui and Umo to merge. The glorious battle body and the dark night king body formed the sacred light and darkness constitution. You're quite something. You have the sacred light and darkness constitution, but you split into two and cultivated them separately. Jun Xiaoyao revealed the truth. Everyone's mind went blank. What? Yu Hui and Umo are the same person? He actually fooled everyone. No wonder he's ranked first among the 18 horsemen of Yanyan and can even challenge Di Haotian. His talent is incredible. Everyone was shocked when they realized what was going on. They didn't expect the first and second of the 18 horsemen of Yanyan to be the same person. Di Haotian was probably the only one who knew about this, but he didn't reveal it. Di Haotian was the only one who could push me to this point. Now there's another one. Chapter 1272. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Yu Hui, who had fused with the sacred light and darkness constitution. To be honest, he was indeed a talent. He had the sacred light and darkness constitution, but he had separated his power of light and darkness and cultivated it separately. To a certain extent, it was somewhat similar to his qi into 3 pure ones, but it was only a little similar. Jun Xiaoyao's qi into 3 pure ones could be completely separated. Even if the divine body and Tao embryo were destroyed, the chaos body would still be unaffected. However, if the sacred light and darkness constitution died, it would lose almost half of its power and would basically be crippled. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao's chaos body and Tao embryo were far more powerful than the sacred light and darkness constitution. Even after the fusion, the sacred light and darkness constitution was far inferior to Jun Xiaoyao's single constitution. Although the sacred light and darkness constitution was powerful, it was not qualified to be ranked in the top 5 or even the top 10. Right now, Yu Hui could only fight to the death. He activated the sacred light and darkness constitution. 2 barriers appeared, one bright and one dark. In each barrier, there was a godlike figure sitting cross-legged. The god of light in the light barrier and the sovereign of the eventide in the dark barrier. This was the ultimate profundity and vision of the sacred light and darkness constitution. It was far more powerful than the one he had displayed before. However, Jun Xiaoyao suppressed it with 5 visions, and the result was still predictable. Unfortunately, even after the fusion, the sacred light and darkness constitution is still an ant. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. In his eyes, it was as if 2 ants had fused into a slightly larger ant. However, it did not change the characteristics of an ant. There was no qualitative change. Boom! After one move, Yu Hui spat out blood. His body was in tatters, and many of his bones were broken. He felt that death was approaching. Wait, I'm willing to surrender. Yu Hui could not help but say, nothing was left after death. The more talented a person was, the more they cherished their life, because they were unwilling to die like this, especially in such a golden era. As long as they could survive, they would more or less get some opportunities and luck. Actually, I'm not completely loyal to Di Haoyan. I was defeated by him, so I followed him according to the agreement, Yu Hui hurriedly explained. That was indeed the truth. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes did not waver at all. Sorry, I'm a clean freak. I don't want those who followed others. Jun Xiaoyao had very high standards after all. Those who could follow him were all personally selected by him. Su Hongyi, Xian Yu, Yan Qingying, Yi, Goddess Eternal Calamity, and the others. All of them were loyal to him and were willing to give their lives. Although Yu Hui's talent was not bad, it would be troublesome to accept such an ambitious person. Not to mention, second-hand, Jun's to second-hand goods Jun Shuiyu. His Xian was a woman by his side, his Xiaoyao. They had never had a Jun Xiaoya Xian Yu Tian Xian, light, darkness, their god, Jun Xian Yu, Yu Hui Xian Yu, Hui Xian Yu. The leader of the 18 cavalrymen of Yenyun had fallen. Xian Shui. She found that Bai Luoxua was gone. No one knew when that woman had sneaked away. There's even a snack machine. Jun Xiaoyao did not mind. Apart from Bai Luoxua and a few other people, the 18 steeds of Yenyun only had a few people left. Basically, it had already fallen apart and completely collapsed. This also indirectly weakened Di Haoyan's strength. Do you still want to fight? Jun Xiaoyao looked at Xing Yunxin. Xing Yunxin's Xingtian immortal system wasn't on Fushi's side. Xing Yunxin wasn't Di Haoyan's man either. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao did not have to kill him. Even if it's for my own Dao heart, I must fight you with all my strength. The flames of war burned in Xing Yun God's eyes. Now he was no longer fighting Jun Xiaoyao for the sake of the flying immortal waterfall. He was just following his Dao heart and fighting his inner demons. His Dao was the Dao of battle. If he was afraid, it would definitely have a great impact on his cultivation path. As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Yun God waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, a dense crowd of figures appeared. There were more than 10,000 of them. They were the puppet army he'd obtained from Xingtian immortal system, the Heaven's Layer Sentinels. At the same time, Xing Yun God took out another weapon. It was a guillotine, its blade stained with blood. Who knew how many sinners it had killed? The guillotine radiated a ferocious imperial aura. It was a top-tier imperial weapon. Xing Yunxin's methods shocked everyone present. Could those be the Heaven's Layer Sentinels of Xingtian Immortal System? They're a puppet law enforcement team that Xingtian Immortal System once created. Each one of them has strength close to that of a supreme. Individually, the Heaven's Lair Sentinels were inferior to the barbarian Shan cavalry. Their strength was only close to that of a supreme, but not quite there. However, there were more than 10,000 of them, twice as many as the barbarian Shan cavalry. That imperial weapon must be the Xingtian Immortal System's weapon of execution, the Sin beheading guillotine. Some prodigies looked at the guillotine with envy. The Xingtian Immortal System's role in the Xianting was to administer punishment. All traitors or sinners of the Xianting would be killed by the Sin beheading guillotine once they were captured. The Sin beheading guillotine was used to remove sins. Looks like Xing Yun God has obtained the opportunity of Xingtian Immortal System. Now the situation has changed. Some of the prodigies discussed. Xing Yun God shouldn't have been able to resist at all. However, with more than 10,000 Heaven's Lair Sentinels and the top-tier imperial weapon, the Sin beheading guillotine, Xing Yun God's strength had greatly increased. Even though he couldn't fully activate the imperial weapon with his current strength, even if he could only activate 1% of it, it was still a terrifying power. Although I'm relying on external items, it's all worth it as long as I can defeat you, Xing Yun God attacked again. The 10,000 Heaven's Lair Sentinels attacked together with him. Their power gathered and turned into a shocking power. Although these 10,000 Heaven's Lair Sentinels weren't supremes, they weren't too far off. Most importantly, there were enough of them. When this power was combined and guided by Xing Yun God, even a great heavenly venerate would find it difficult to resist. This move was enough to fight against a mystic venerate. Is this considered cheating? The prodigies exclaimed. If he didn't rely on his own strength and relied on external items, what was the difference between this and cheating? Moreover, this power wasn't something that ordinary prodigies could block. Mo Yanyu and the others were very calm. They thought that Jun Xiaoyao should also take out the Jili painting and the Manshan cavalry. However, to their astonishment, they were stunned. Jun Xiaoyao didn't choose to take out these trump cards. Instead, he pushed forward with his palm. Jun Xiaoyao was going to fight against Xing Yun God and the 10,000 Heaven's Lair Sentinels alone. What is the successor of the No and Heavenly Emperor doing? Xing Yun God and the 10,000 Heaven's Lair Sentinels have the power of a mystic venerate. I can feel his aura. He's only a heavenly venerate. He's definitely not a mystic venerate. He's really bold to fight against 10,000 alone, as expected of the successor of the No and Heavenly Emperor. All the prodigies were surprised. They thought that Jun Xiaoyao would avoid the attack. They didn't expect him to fight head-on. The outsiders were shocked, but Jun Xiaoyao was calm. If I still need to use external items in such a small situation, it would be too cheap. Jun Xiaoyao was calm. The supreme divine blood in his body was boiling, causing his power to increase several times. At the same time, he struck out with his palm and formed the No End seal. He had mastered the power of 30 laws. Most importantly, the origin source of his inner universe had also been integrated into it. One had to know that Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe was at the level of a minor thousand realm. In other words, this origin energy of the universe was the power of a minor thousand realm. It could also be called the power of a minor thousand realm. This kind of power wasn't something that a seventh realm supreme could have. At the very least, one had to be above the quasi-emperor level and had opened up an inner universe to have it. Now that Jun Xiaoyao was using this kind of power, it was equivalent to a dimensional attack. The origin energy of the universe was completely different from the origin energy of the universe. Boom! This collision was like the collision of life stars. And what was shocking was the ones who were sent flying were Xing Yun God and the 10,000 Heaven's Lair Sentinels. Chapter 1273. The tens of thousands of Sky Slayer guards were like shooting stars in the sky, shooting everywhere. Among them, those with weaker physical bodies were directly shattered into powder by the shock waves of the collision. Xing Yunshin, who was at the center, was also sent flying. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, and many of his bones were broken. Fortunately, he had the battle's sacred body. Otherwise, his body might be in a worse state or even collapse. You should know that you're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, showing no signs of complacency or complacency. He had used the power of the Innerverse, which was a dimensional reduction attack in itself. To make an inappropriate comparison, Jun Xiaoyao had the appearance of a platinum warrior, but the inside of a king. Those of the same level all thought that they were platinum warriors, but when they attacked, they found out that he was a king. The successor of Emperor No End is too terrifying. He can block the power of a mystique venerate. The problem is he didn't use any external objects. He just used his own power. The surrounding sky prides were all amazed. Jun Xiaoyao's performance had completely changed their understanding of him. However, it was also true. Although the Innerverse was a dimensional reduction attack, Jun Xiaoyao had personally cultivated it step by step. It wasn't a cheat that had appeared out of nowhere. I don't believe it. Xing Yunshin's eyes were blood red. Some kind of invincible belief in his heart was collapsing. He spat out a mouthful of blood onto the guillotine. The guillotine, which was already covered in dark red blood, emitted a bleak, bloody light. Countless figures appeared in the surroundings, all of them wailing in grief. Those were all existences who had died under the guillotine. There were also some ultimate powerhouses and ancient powerhouses among them. A boundless, murderous aura emerged from the guillotine. As a top-tier imperial weapon, Xing Yunshin couldn't fully activate it with his power, but now he was using his own blood as a catalyst. Moreover, he was from the Xingtian celestial system, and the guillotine was an imperial weapon of the Xingtian celestial system. It naturally resonated with him. Therefore, at this moment, Xing Yunshin activated a trace of the guillotine's power. Suddenly, a murderous aura and imperial aura burst out at the same time. All the surrounding sky prides retreated simultaneously, feeling the pressure of a mountain pressing down on them. And this was only a strand of the guillotine's power. They were still in the outermost circle. It was hard to imagine how much pressure Jun Xiaoyao, who was in the middle, was under. That's right. If I were to behead more sinners, this sin-beheading guillotine would also have the potential to transform into a quasi-immortal artifact. Jun Xiaoyao nodded with satisfaction. The guillotine's quality was not low, and after being stained with the blood of countless almighties, its baleful aura and spirituality were even stronger. Originally, Jun Xiaoyao was not particularly interested in imperial armaments, but now he was really interested. It would be good if he could bring it back to the Emperor dynasty. Among the 6 ministries he had in mind, one of them was the Ministry of Justice. It was an organization that abided by the rules of the monarch emperor's court, established punishments, dealt with rebels, captured criminals and criminals. This guillotine could be used by the Ministry of Justice. Right now, Jun Xiaoyao was like the head of a big family. If he saw something good outside, he would want to take it back home. Even Jun Xiaoyao himself might not have noticed it. He began to transform from a prodigy of the younger generation into a true leader, a mighty lord, and a leader of an existence. Jun Xiaoyao took one step forward, and the visions of his 5 sacred physiques came crashing down. Then he added the power of the small dimension. If it was a fully awakened imperial weapon, it might be able to resist Jun Xiaoyao's power of the small dimension. But the problem was that Xing Yunshin could only use 1% of the sin-beheading guillotine's power. This power was enough to crush others of the same level. But Jun Xiaoyao was not such an existence. The 5 sacred body avatars were like 5 small dimensions that suppressed the sin-beheading guillotine. Many forces, laws, and runes intertwined and collided with each other, creating dazzling ripples of order. He suppressed the imperial weapon directly. Why do I feel that the successor of the No-End Emperor has a mysterious power? The elites present exclaimed. Some of them were sensitive and noticed that Jun Xiaoyao's power was not just the power of laws. Xing Yunshin was sent flying like a cannonball. But what shocked him was he realized that the sin-beheading guillotine was beginning to break free from his control. Jun Xiaoyao used the 5 sacred body avatars and the power of the small dimension to suppress the sin-beheading guillotine and put it away. The sin-beheading guillotine had an instinct that belonged to an imperial weapon and did not want to be suppressed. In fact, some imperial weapons were sentient, but they had to be at least a quasi-immortal weapon to be able to form an artifact spirit. A real immortal weapon could form an artifact spirit, just like the sword spirit of the Sword of God. The artifact spirits of immortal weapons were the most powerful beings and were not weaker than any Dao attainment cultivators. Suppress. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand as soon as he finished speaking, moving at lightning speed. No one saw it clearly and thought that Jun Xiaoyao had put the sin-beheading guillotine into a Dharma artifact. In fact, Jun Xiaoyao had put it into the Jili painting. After the sin-beheading guillotine was put into the Jili painting, it immediately sensed that something was wrong. However, all around him, a vast and mighty force came crashing down. The sin-beheading guillotine only had a slight potential to become a quasi-immortal weapon. The Jili painting had become a quasi-immortal weapon before. It only became a top-tier imperial weapon because it lacked the souls of the 4 beasts. Therefore, the Jili painting's level was higher than the sin-beheading guillotine. Without any suspense, the sin-beheading guillotine was suppressed in the Jili painting. After that, Jun Xiaoyao would also use the power of the universe to slowly refine the sin-beheading guillotine and make it his own. You took my weapon. Xing Yunshin's eyes were red as if blood was about to drip out. He wanted to attack again, but he coughed out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. I'm already being kind by giving you a chance to challenge me. What's wrong with collecting some interest? Jun Xiaoyao said. He said the most arrogant words in the most honest tone. Kill me if you dare. Xing Yunshin yelled. He had to admit that his behavior made some of the Xian-Ting prodigies around him nod in approval. Although Xing Yunshin was defeated, he didn't show any signs of embarrassment. I'm in a good mood. Instead of treating me as your inner demon, why don't you think about how to surpass me? Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. However, he said in his heart, that's impossible. Who are you? Xing Yunshin stared at Jun Xiaoyao. He wanted to know the true identity of the successor of the No-End Emperor, who had defeated him and even made him lose his imperial weapon. You'll find out soon. After Jun Xiaoyao said that, he turned to look at the golden pagoda and ignored Xing Yunshin. Xing Yunshin clenched his fists. He had to admit that Jun Xiaoyao was right. Instead of treating him as his inner demon, he should continue to cultivate and surpass him. Jun Xiaoyao walked toward the golden pagoda. He raised his hand and gathered power. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. All the prodigies around him were confused. They didn't know what Jun Xiaoyao was going to do. At that moment, the deity source at the bottom level of the golden pagoda suddenly shattered. Divine chains of order intertwined and runes of Tao spread. A sleeping figure stepped out of the rain of light. Are you a descendant of the Xian-Ting? Why don't you bow to me? The figure in the rain of light said softly. The surrounding prodigies of the Xian-Ting were terrified. Even Xing Yunshin was shocked. That was a sleeping saint of the ancient Xian-Ting. He had a high status and extraordinary strength. Jun Xiaoyao did not say anything else when he saw what was about to happen. He activated the power of his saint body, and the visions of his 5 saint bodies came crashing down right away. Trash, the opportunity of the divine body lineage, is not something you can enjoy. Chapter 1274. Everyone was speechless. They had never thought that the successor of the Wu Zhong Great Emperor would make a move. He was a saint of the ancient Xian-Ting. His status was even higher than the seedlings of the celestial orthodoxies. However, Jun Xiaoyao made his move right there, and then, without further ado, "How dare you?" A cold voice came from the rain of light. A hand as white as jade, more delicate than a woman's, reached out and collided with Jun Xiaoyao. Bang! The sound of a clap of thunder sounded like the end of the world. That person grunted and fell back. He said with a hint of surprise, "Connate saint body?" As the rain of light dissipated, everyone finally saw the person clearly. It was a handsome man in a white robe. He looked at Jun Xiaoyao seriously. "I didn't expect that there would be a connate saint body in the future. I'm the saint of the ancient Xianting, Ming Xan." The man named Saint Ming Xan said calmly, "Who told you that I am from the Xianting?" Jun Xiaoyao said coldly, "What? If you're not from the Xianting, how can you enter this place?" Ming Xian frowned. This was the Xianting's treasure. How could they let an outsider enter? "The way I see it, you guys are the real robbers." Jun Xiaoyao pressed his palm down again. Runes as vast as the sea and divine runes of order intertwined. The power of 30 laws intertwined and formed a hand that could suppress everything. It slammed toward Ming Xan. Ming Xan also made a move. He performed the art of the ancient Xianting. A vast energy appeared, and even the runes of the immortal path shone. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. It was rumored that the ancient Xianting had immortal path arts. It seemed that it was true. Boom! After another collision, the clear heart saint was sent flying again. He was in disbelief. One had to know that he was one of the most outstanding geniuses of the ancient immortal court of that era. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been crowned as a saint. He wouldn't have been qualified to sleep in this sacred mountain and be baptized at all times. As expected, when Jun Xiaoyao saw that the tranquil heart saint had only been pushed back, a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. He was now a saint body and a Tao embryo. Both his physical body and Tao techniques were unparalleled. It could be said that among those of the same cultivation level, there were very, very few people who could clash with him and not have their bodies destroyed. However, the clear heart saint could. It wasn't because of how powerful he was. It was because he had accepted the tempering of the sacred mountain's aura. This was the main reason. The clear heart saint's face was a little ugly. How could there be such a powerful genius in the future? The other sky prides were also dumbfounded. He was the saint of the ancient Xianting. His strength was definitely stronger than the seedlings of the various immortal orthodoxies. In the end, he was still no match for the successor of limitless heavenly emperor. Jun Xiaoyao clapped at the golden pagoda with one hand, and the visions of the 5 sacred bodies came crashing down. Rumble! The golden pagoda began to tremble, and cracks began to appear on its surface. Meanwhile, the immortal sources in the other layers began to crack too. Rays of light appeared one after another, accompanied by powerful auras. The other saints of the ancient Xianting sealed in the immortal sources also broke out of the immortal sources. The bright moon saint, the starry saint, and the great sun saint. These are all recorded geniuses of the ancient Xianting. I didn't expect them to be hibernating here. Some of the Xianting sky prides exclaimed, "Who are you? How dare you be so presumptuous on the sacred mountain? You're not even from the ancient Xianting. How dare you offend us?" The other saints rebuked him coldly. Jun Xiaoyao remained indifferent. There was only coldness in his eyes. He directly attacked and wanted to shatter the golden pagoda. "You've gone too far." The saints all made their moves. They also noticed that the black-robed man in front of them had the aura of a sacred body and a Tao embryo. Although it was not complete, it was not to be underestimated. The bright moon saint raised his palm, and moonlight surged. A bright moonlight seemed to appear behind him, but it was filled with murderous intent. The starry saint also attacked. He casually sprinkled silver sand. The silver sand floated in the void and turned into stars one after another. They rolled over and suppressed Jishiwen. The great sun saint also attacked. His fist was shocking and carried a blazing and surging aura. The clear heart saint and the other saints also suppressed Yishiwen. In an instant, the 7 saints of the ancient Xian Ting attacked together. That power made Xing Yunshin and the others, who were not far away, change their expressions. These 7 chosens were all great heavenly venerates. Now that they attacked together, their power could definitely contend against a supreme mystic venerable. Jun Xiaoyao snorted coldly. The power of his sacred body and a Tao embryo was activated. His surging blood, qi, surged along with the great Tao runes. The sovereign divine blood in his body was also boiling. His 5 sacred body avatars pressed forward. At the same time, he formed the endless seal and merged it with the universe's origin energy. He was just one person, but he seemed to have a great aura that could suppress the world. As they fought, dazzling Tao laws collided. The entire sacred mountain shook violently. Heaven and earth seemed to be about to collapse. The waves of air surged in all directions, and all the prodigies were pushed back. Master, Mo Yenyu was extremely nervous. Although she had absolute blind confidence and worship for Jun Xiaoyao, the 7 saints of the ancient Xianting were obviously not to be underestimated. Bang! A rumbling sound came from the center of the collision. The 7 figures were all sent flying. Although they were not seriously injured, they were still in a sorry state. How is this possible? What kind of monster is this? The clear heart saint and the others' expressions changed. They were originally peerless talents, and they had been sleeping on the sacred mountain to undergo eternal tempering. Their bodies were already flawless and were comparable to some sacred bodies. But now they couldn't even block that person's attack. Jun Xiaoyao flashed like a sharp sword and instantly landed in front of the golden pagoda, then gathered the power of his sacred body and slammed his palm down. Crack! The golden pagoda suddenly cracked and then exploded in front of everyone's eyes. Accompanied by the explosion of the golden pagoda, the entire sacred mountain began to rumble and tremble. The mountain cracked and huge rocks rolled down. All the prodigies leaped into the air. What's going on? Is this land of opportunity going to be destroyed? Damn it! The faces of the several saints of the ancient Xianting were also extremely gloomy. The golden pagoda seemed to be a Dharma artifact that suppressed the sacred mountain. As soon as the pagoda fell, the sacred mountain cracked in an instant. Hundreds of millions of rays of dazzling golden light bloomed from the cracks. Then, under the incredulous gazes of all the prodigies, a vast figure emerged from the sacred mountain. It was a figure that was sitting cross-legged, covered in endless golden light. His face was blurry and no one could see his face clearly. Countless golden runes surged around him, and a terrifying aura surged into the sky, turning into a blood-red dragon. A terrifying aura that seemed to be able to crush all the realms in the universe erupted, and the universe was about to be turned upside down. That sacred mountain is a person. All the prodigies were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the incomparably majestic sacred mountain was actually a person's body, and it was an incomparably huge person, like an ancient god. That aura was too terrifying. Many of the geniuses were unable to fly in the air under this aura and fell onto the floating islands around them. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, remained standing in the air, looking at the vast figure that was more than 10,000 feet tall. Jun Xiaoyao felt an unprecedented resonance. It's finally appeared. The Baron Thearka's Dharma body. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were clear. Chapter 1275. The other geniuses were shocked and confused by the appearance of this vast figure. They didn't know what kind of existence it was, but Jun Xiaoyao knew. In fact, from the first time he saw the sacred mountain, he already had some kind of understanding in his heart. The cause and effect were completely colluded. The clues left by the endless emperor, the appearance of Mars, the forgotten land, desolation. It referred to this desolation emperor's Dharma body. It should be the ancient Xianting who obtained the desolation emperor's Dharma body through some unknown means. Then they used the golden pagoda to suppress it and turned it into a sacred mountain. making it a place for the geniuses of the ancient Xianting to train. The tempering aura was emitted by the Desolation Emperor's Dharma body, which was extremely beneficial for tempering the body. This was also the reason why the 7 saints, including the Clear Heart Saint, had such strong physical bodies. Because they were sleeping here, their bodies were being tempered by the aura of the Desolation Emperor's Dharma body all year round. It could be said that even a wisp of the aura of the Desolation Emperor's Dharma body was enough for others to enjoy for a long time. And Jun Xiaoyao was not wrong when he said that they were bandits, because the Desolation Emperor's Dharma body was originally an opportunity for the sacred body lineage. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao felt a resonance that he had never felt before. It was as if his flesh and blood were resonating with the Desolation Emperor's Dharma body. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was a perfect sacred body with 10 shackles broken. It could be said that he was the closest existence to the Desolation Emperor. What is this? Is it the incarnation of a powerhouse? What a terrifying aura! Why does it feel a little similar to the sacred body of the ancients? The geniuses present were all shocked. However, they didn't recognize the origin of this Dharma body. First, it was because the era of the Desolation Emperor was too long ago. Second, it seemed that there was a mastermind behind the scenes who erased much of the history of the Desolation Emperor. Therefore, other than the sacred palace of the ancients, Protector Wu also knew some information. Now, almost no one in the mystic realm knew about the Desolation Emperor. It was even more impossible for the younger generation to know. This is not only the others, but also the Clear Heart Saint and the others also had a look of surprise in their eyes. They only knew that the Golden Pagoda was used to suppress the sacred mountain. However, they did not know that the sacred mountain was actually a huge Dharma body. The reason why I called you bandits is because this Dharma body belonged to the ancestor of the sacred body. It should be in the Temple of Desolation, not the ancient Xianting. Jun Xiaoyao's words immediately caused an uproar. It really is the sacred body of the ancients. But then again, this sacred body of the ancients is way too strong. Is the sacred body of the ancients really that strong? Previously, the son of God of the Jun family possessed a holy physique that had broken the shackles. Unfortunately, it was destroyed in the end. All the sky prides were amazed. So what? In my ancient Xianting. That thing belongs to my ancient Xianting. The sacred son of the great Sun Empire said indifferently. That's right. This Dharma body should also belong to the ancient Xianting, the bright moon saint said. They were well aware of the value of a saint body Dharma body. They were certain that in the countless years that this Dharma body had been emitting less than 1/10,000th of the chi of refinement. And it was this power that allowed many of the sky prides of the Xianting to transform their bodies and improve their cultivation. One could imagine that the Dharma body of the Desolate Emperor was invaluable. How could they let an outsider take it away? Jun Xiaoyao acted as if he didn't hear anything. He just looked at the Dharma body of the Desolate Emperor. The Dharma body of the Desolate Emperor gave him the feeling that its aura was no less than the Dharma body of the deity he believed in. More importantly, he felt as if he had formed a connection with the Dharma body of the Desolate Emperor. Jun Xiaoyao felt as if his mind was divided into two. Part of it seemed to be integrated into the Dharma body of the Desolate Emperor. His vision was blurry, and there was only a bright golden rain of light. What's going on? Has my mind entered the Dharma body of the Desolate Emperor? Jun Xiaoyao was also a little surprised. This was the first time he had experienced such a change. Then, some blurry images appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao. It's the scene when the Dharma body of the Desolate Emperor was born. Jun Xiaoyao observed carefully. This was definitely a rare experience. After all, the Desolate Emperor had single-handedly created the sacred palace of the ancients and was known as the strongest sacred body of the ancients in history. He had once brought the sacred body of the ancients to the second place among the 3,000 physiques, second only to the fateless one. This almost meant that the desolate emperor was the strongest of an era. Even in the history of ancient times, he could overshadow the other strongest for a period of time. However, the scene that Jun Xiaoyao saw shocked him. This was because the Dharma body of the desolate emperor, with its terrifying strength, was actually formed by the vision of the sacred body. This made Jun Xiaoyao a little stunned, and his expression was one of surprise. He had always thought that comprehending the 6 sacred body visions and forming the 6 reincarnations would be enough to suppress all enemies. This should be the most perfect cultivation method. However, the desolate emperor had cultivated the 6 sacred body visions into 6 Dharma bodies. Although these 6 Dharma bodies were not as strong as the 1 chi into 3 pure ones, they were comparable to the original body. However, they were not weak by much. After all, the desolate emperor himself was already extremely strong. I see. This Dharma body of the desolate emperor is only one of the 6 Dharma bodies. Jun Xiaoyao was amazed. The desolate emperor was really too powerful. Even though it was only 1/6 of the desolate emperor's Dharma body, its strength was so strong that it surpassed many great emperors. How strong would the 6 Dharma bodies be if they joined forces? How strong would the desolate emperor himself be? Now, Jun Xiaoyao finally understood. Why was Guardian Wu's eyes full of reverence when he mentioned the desolate emperor? The desolate emperor had already cultivated the sacred body of the ancients to a level that could shock heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. He had even broken the limit of the sacred body of the ancients. Jun Xiaoyao could not calm down. He originally thought that after comprehending the 6 sacred body visions, he should have almost reached the end. In the end, he found that he was only halfway there. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking, suddenly he saw another scene. It was in the dark depths of the endless chaotic universe. There was a terrifying and boundless black hole. The black hole was so big that it seemed to be able to swallow the entire universe. A voice came from the black hole. The voice seemed to be overlapped by countless demonic voices. Desolate Emperor, why are you meddling in other people's business? Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao was instantly shocked. He remembered that when he communicated with Guardian Wu before, Guardian Wu mentioned the Desolate Emperor's forbidden enemy. That forbidden enemy had never been recorded in ancient history. At that time, Jun Xiaoyao had been trying to figure it out. That taboo enemy was definitely the mastermind behind the ultimate calamity. And now, the voice coming from the black hole, could it be the mastermind behind all this? I have understood the true meaning of the birth of the sacred body. What is it? A strong and steady voice came. Jun Xiaoyao could not see the person because he was now looking at the remnant illusion from the perspective of the desolate emperor's Dharma body. Oh, what is it? The demonic voice in the black hole said, the unwillingness, disbelief, and unyielding fate of the human race. Unwillingness to live like ants, disbelief in the shackles of fate, and unyielding to the oppression of the heavenly path. Therefore, the sacred body of the ancients of the human race was born. It was a joy to fight against the heavens. So, you really want to stop my plan? The demonic voice smiled coldly. You have provoked the forces of the four sides, causing chaos and turmoil again and again, causing the human race and even all living beings to bleed like rivers and create endless disasters. Today, I, the Emperor, will personally end your eternal calamity. Chapter 1276. The scene came to an abrupt end. Jun Xiaoyao did not know what happened next. After an unknown period of time, a blurry illusion appeared in front of him again. It was the barren Emperor's Dharma body that fell from the depths of the broken universe. At this moment, a figure appeared and collected the barren Emperor's Dharma body that fell from the sky. It's an expert from the ancient Xian Ting. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. Now he suddenly understood. He understood why the ancient Xian Ting obtained the barren Emperor's Dharma body. It must have been after the battle between the barren Emperor and the mysterious mastermind. The remaining barren emperor's Dharma body was obtained by an expert from the ancient Xianting. Then it turned into a sacred mountain. As for why it was suppressed with a golden pagoda, it was because it did not want to be discovered by other sacred bodies of the ancients in the future. After all, the barren emperor's Dharma body was very important to the sacred body lineage. It could almost be said to be an existence of faith. Now, Jun Xiaoyao completely understood. Why did Emperor No End leave this clue? It was to deal with the future turmoil and to let the sacred body lineage obtain the barren emperor's Dharma body. As long as one had a sacred body of the ancients, they could use the power of the barren emperor's Dharma body. The stronger one was, the stronger the power of the barren emperor's Dharma body could be mobilized. As for why Emperor No End did not take it himself, with Emperor No End's strength, there was no need to use the barren emperor's Dharma body. With his own strength, he could suppress the turmoil of the world. Moreover, this was also a test for the future sacred bodies. Whether or not they could take back something that belonged to the sacred body lineage from the Xian, Ting, depended on the ability of the future sacred bodies. If they could not even take back the barren emperor's Dharma body, then the sacred body lineage could not suppress the turmoil. Jun Xiaoyao finally understood the cause and effect. At this moment in the outside world, the expressions of all the geniuses, including the 7 saints of the ancient Xianting, were a little stunned. In their eyes, the barren emperor's Dharma body that was as vast as a golden mountain. Its body shone with light, surrounded by principles, and the aura of the great path surging. Then it quickly shrunk, and in the end it became 7 feet tall. Golden light shone resplendently, and tens of thousands of strands of divine light shone. It was like the indestructible golden body of a deity. The surging power even caused the surrounding void to silently collapse. From this, one could see how powerful this Dharma body was. Most importantly, everyone could feel that the desolate Emperor Dharma body was resonating with Jun Xiaoyao. That's right. The innate saintly being has the ability of the sacred body of the ancients. Does this mean that the successor of Emperor Wuji can unleash the power of this saint body? In other words, he can control the saintly being Dharma body? Thinking of this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. After all, the strength of this avatar was too terrifying. Even if he could only activate a small portion of its power, it would be enough to crush everyone present, even the 7 holy sons of the ancient Xianting. What should we do? The clear heart Saint Sun looked at the great sun Saint Sun, the bright moon Saint Sun, and the others. Of course, I'm going to take it back. It belongs to me, Xianting. Another saint said coldly. Without another word, he directly attacked Jun Xiaoyao, wanting to snatch the barren emperor's celestial body. As a result, Jun Xiaoyao, who had been standing motionlessly in midair, suddenly moved. He felt that every cell in his body was resonating with the barren emperor Dharma body. The chi of refinement from the barren emperor Dharma body also surged into Jun Xiaoyao's body. In an instant, his physical body became even more powerful. What surprised Jun Xiaoyao even more was that the chi of refinement could refine his cells and continue to awaken the Sumeru world. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao had cultivated 3,000 Sumeru worlds, which should have been the peak. However, later on, Jun Xiaoyao comprehended that he wanted to turn every particle of his physical body into a Sumeru world. A person's physical body had tens of trillions of cells. However, if he really wanted to cultivate, he could condense them into 840 million particles. If every particle was turned into a Sumeru world, then Jun Xiaoyao's physical body would be almost an endless universe. However, although this idea was crazy, the resources required to achieve it were too terrifying. Even if he emptied the resources of several clans of the ancients, it would still be far from enough. However, Jun Xiaoyao now found that the chi of refinement from the barren emperor Dharma body was very helpful in cultivating the Sumeru world. Could it be that the reason why the Baron Emperor was so powerful and became the strongest sacred body of the ancients in history was because he also comprehended a similar method? An idea suddenly popped into Jun Xiaoyao's head. With the Baron Emperor's monstrous talent, he could have comprehended a similar method even if he didn't get the physique book. At this moment, the son of the ancient Xian Ting rushed towards Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao just casually patted him. The Baron Emperor Dharma body behind him also attacked at the same time. In an instant, the void was broken. An invisible force tore everything apart. It was as if an invisible hand had torn the entire space apart. The son of the ancient Xian Ting didn't even have time to scream before he was beaten into nothingness. The 7 sons of the ancient Xian Ting immediately became 6. Everyone was speechless. A saint of the ancient immortal court died, just like that, like swatting a fly. This was simply too humiliating. He can control this Dharma body. Retreat. Seeing this, the son of the great sun and others quickly retreated without saying anything. They were not stupid. If it was just Jun Xiaoyao alone, they might be able to maintain the situation. However, the power of the Baron Emperor Dharma body was too terrifying. It was not something they could resist at their level, not to mention the others. Even Jun Xiaoyao himself was a little confused. He just attacked subconsciously. He didn't expect to be able to mobilize the power of the Baron Emperor Dharma body. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao could feel that he had only unintentionally drawn a very small part of the power of the Baron Emperor Dharma body. If Wu Hu breaks through to the quasi-emperor level and controls the Baron Emperor Dharma body. Thinking of this, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. At that time, ordinary great emperors might not be a match for Wu Hu. Only then did Jun Xiaoyao understand Emperor Wu Tian's good intentions. Although he had transformed from the sacred body of the ancients to the innate sacred body of Taoist embryo, he had always been thinking about the sacred body lineage. Even if this generation's sacred body of the ancients had not fully matured. However, with the power of the Baron Emperor Dharma body, it was enough to fight against the strongest. Seeing this scene, the other heavenly talents were extremely frightened. How could they fight? Even the son of the ancient Xian Ting was killed, just when everyone thought that no one would dare to provoke Jun Xiaoyao again. Suddenly, the sound of chanting was heard. The Baron Emperor Dharma body suddenly trembled. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. He immediately noticed that the Baron Emperor Dharma body seemed to be attracted by an inexplicable force. Finally willing to make a move, Jun Xiaoyao was not surprised. He looked at the black-robed man who came in with Xing Yunxin, Long Xuanyi, and the others. Jun Xiaoyao had been secretly paying attention to him before. Everyone's eyes also turned to him, because the sound of chanting came from the black-robed man. What an invincible, sacred body, Dharma body. I really found it. If I take it back and study it, I should be able to gain a lot. Maybe I can refine the perfect sacred blood and even refine an invincible emperor corpse. Hearing those words, everyone present was shocked. Who was this person? Under everyone's gaze, the black-robed man took off his black robe and revealed his true appearance. Chapter 1277. It was a man with a skinny face. He was dressed in black and looked extremely sinister. His skin was as pale as a dead person's with a hint of green, which made him look very creepy. It's someone from the underworld. The moment the man appeared, he immediately caused a commotion. His aura was definitely from the underworld. Is that one of the 3 emperors of the underworld? Sure, Tianzi, some of the more knowledgeable sky prides asked in surprise. Like the Xian Ting, the underworld was a huge organization with many sky prides. There were outstanding talents in each of the Xian Ting's celestial heritages. The underworld was the same. The 3 emperors of the underworld were the more famous ones. Their strength was extremely terrifying and couldn't be underestimated. Sure, Tianzi was one of the 3 emperors of the underworld and came from the Corpse Jail Palace, one of the 10 palaces of the underworld. Many people looked at Xing Yunxin. They didn't expect Xing Yunshin to collude with a sky pride from the underworld. Although the underworld was very low-key and didn't have many conflicts with the Xianting, their reputation was terrible. They collected corpses everywhere, did horrible experiments, and destroyed many factions and races. All in all, it was an extremely frightening orthodoxy. The Xianting prided itself on being righteous. If it had anything to do with the underworld, it would inevitably affect the Xianting's image. Sensing the scrutinizing gazes around him, Xing Yunshin remained silent. If the Xingtian celestial lineage wanted to compete with the Fuxi and Empress Hua celestial lineage for power, they couldn't rely on themselves. That was why they had this tentative cooperation. However, Xing Yunshin didn't expect the underworld to predict that there would be a saint body in the Forgotten Nation. They were very interested in all kinds of special constitutions and had been collecting all kinds of true blood and precious blood. Haha, I didn't expect to meet the heir of Emperor Wu Tian here. I only came here for the saint body. Now it seems that there's an unexpected surprise. The flesh of a connate saint body is also priceless. Sure, Tianzi looked at Jun Xiaoyao as if he were looking at a priceless treasure. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. He'd found out that the underworld was related to the curse of the saint body. Moreover, they had been researching all kinds of true blood all this time. There was definitely a shocking conspiracy behind it. They're just a bunch of shameful things. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was indifferent. Even though he hadn't had any direct conflict with the underworld before, he still hadn't had any major conflicts with the underworld. However, even if it was only the curse of the holy physique, it was destined to go against the underworld. Sure, Tianzi just sneered. Then, as he chanted the sutra, black runes seemed to appear on his skin. It was a supreme sutra that could guide all kinds of dharmakayas and corpses. It's the corpse refining demonic scripture from the corpse prison hall. Each of the 10 palaces of hell had different legacies. The corpse prison hall specialized in raising and refining corpses. Therefore, he was very interested in all kinds of corpses, avatars, broken bodies, and so on. There was even a rumor in the immortal region that a big shot of the underworld's corpse prison hall had used the corpse dismemberment technique to prove his Tao with his corpse after his death. He had become the second corpse emperor, and his strength was terrifying beyond compare. As Tianzi chanted the corpse refinement fiend scripture, the corpse refinement fiend scripture was chanted. Jun Xiaoyao immediately sensed that there was an inexplicable force attempting to control the desolate emperor Dharma body. In your dreams, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. To a large extent, he came to the Forgotten Nation for the opportunity related to the desolate emperor. How could he give the desolate emperor Dharma body to someone else? Jun Xiaoyao flicked his finger, and a drop of pure heart blood shot out and landed on the desolate emperor Dharma body. Jun Xiaoyao was a holy physique that had broken the shackles. His blood could produce the most perfect resonance with the desolate emperor Dharma body. In an instant, the slightly restless, desolate emperor Dharma body calmed down. A feeling of the same bloodline emerged in Jun Xiaoyao's heart. Humph! Seeing this, Tianzi directly attacked. Many demonic runes appeared all over his body. His aura rose steadily. He raised his hand and slapped out. In the void, there seemed to be a big hand full of red hair that broke through the void and suppressed Jun Xiaoyao. Corpse King Hell suppressing palm. A strange light flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Vaguely, there seemed to be the restlessness of a curse emerging. The curse of the holy physique must have something to do with the corpse jail palace. Jun Xiaoyao also struck out with his palm and collided with the big hand full of red hair. Looks like you've already done some investigation. Tianzi revealed a strange smile. At this moment, the desolate Emperor Dharma body seemed to have sensed some kind of power that made the holy physique feel disgusted. The desolate Emperor Dharma body pointed out a finger. The sky was filled with golden light. That finger was like a pillar that supported the sky as it crushed towards Shi Tianzi. Shi Tianzi was also shocked. He didn't expect the desolate Emperor Dharma body to have such a huge reaction. Poof! The next moment, Shi Tianzi was directly crushed. The third emperor of the underworld died just like that. Many prodigies couldn't come back to their senses. He's indeed a rat in the gutter. He doesn't dare to show his true body. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head lightly. Only then did everyone realize. This Shi Tianzi was actually a corpse that was being controlled. The real Shi Tianzi didn't enter the Forgotten Nation. However, it made sense. After all, this was Xian Ting's territory. The prodigies of the underworld wouldn't be so relaxed as to come with their true bodies. At this moment, a divine will was left in the void. Successor of the Wu Tian Emperor, we will meet again. The corpse jail hall is interested in your connate holy physique and Dharma body. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao just sneered. He hadn't revealed his true identity yet. If he did, would the corpse jail hall have the guts to touch him? Jun Xiaoyao looked at the desolate Emperor Dharma body again. The red-haired arm must have had something to do with the holy physique curse. That was why the desolate Emperor Dharma body instinctively attacked. Jun Xiaoyao remembered the corpse jail hall in the underworld and would naturally investigate it in the future. Xing Yunshin glanced at Jun Xiaoyao and the desolate Emperor Dharma body and left silently. He and Shi Tianzi didn't have a deep relationship, so there was no need for him to help. Jun Xiaoyao didn't bother to pay attention to this loser. He put away the desolate Emperor Dharma body. No one dared to have any ideas about this desolate Emperor Dharma body. However, some Xian Ting prodigies muttered to themselves. Although the successor of the Wu Tian Emperor got this Dharma body, will the Xian Ting let him leave with it? Yeah, everyone can see that this Dharma body is invaluable. Even the rich Xian Ting can't be so generous. Sai, he's so unlucky. The Xian Ting and the underworld are interested in such a valuable Dharma body. If the successor of the Wu Tian Emperor doesn't have a strong backer, he'll have to compromise with the Xian Ting. Some Xian Ting prodigies discussed secretly. They didn't dare to say anything openly. Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit, which was at the eternal sand level, naturally heard everything. However, he just smiled and didn't take it to heart. Now, the corpse jail hall and the Xian Ting were interested in him or the desolate Emperor Dharma body in his hands. Wasn't it because his identity was unknown? Wait until Jun Xiaoyao's true identity was exposed. Who in the world dared to touch him? Chapter 1278. No one had expected that the Sacred Mountain's opportunity would end in such a way. The entire Saint Mountain was actually a saint body Dharma body. Now, no one dared to have any ideas about Jun Xiaoyao. The other geniuses looked at Jun Xiaoyao with amazement and awe. First, he crushed Xing Yunshin, Long Xuani, Yu Hui, and the others. Then he fought against the son of Xian Ting. Then he fought against the corpse emperor of the netherworld. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao's identity as the successor of Emperor No End had really become famous. The strong would be looked up to wherever they went. This was an eternal law. The successor of Emperor No End is really amazing. Yeah, when the Forgotten Kingdom ends and the news spreads, it will probably cause a sensation. I'm really curious. Who is the true identity of the successor of the No End Great Emperor? By the way, do you think he can fight against the son of God of the Jun family? One is a quasi-innate sacred body, the successor of Emperor No End. The other is the chaotic lotus physique, which is similar to the chaotic physique. He is the son of God of the Jun family. If the two of them fight, the result is really unpredictable. Many geniuses present began to discuss. Little did they know that the two peerless geniuses, in their words, were actually the same person. Let's go, Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. Okay. The fat on Lu Fugue's face was shaking, and he smiled like a chrysanthemum. He didn't just find a powerful backer. This was the same as hugging an iron thigh, the kind that was hard to deal with. now in the Forgotten Kingdom, who dared to provoke them. Mo Yenyu's expression was also filled with deeper respect and longing. She was the only one in the Forgotten Kingdom who knew Jun Xiaoyao's true identity apart from Ling Yan. And Jun Xiaoyao's performance undoubtedly refreshed her understanding again. The successor of the Wu Zhong Great Emperor, the successor of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor, the son of God of the Jun family, the young master of the Jiang family, the lord of the monarch imperial court, each and every one of these prominent identities was enough to intimidate everyone in the area. In the end, they were all the same person. And Mo Yenyu really couldn't describe her feelings of worship. There was only one thought in her mind right now, and that was to follow Jun Xiaoyao to the death without wavering. Her emotions were similar to hers. They were also the geniuses of Qiyu. That's a little fierce. Even Qiyu, who was slightly resistant to Jun Xiaoyao before this, was now in a daze. Other than shock, there was no other word that could describe his feelings at this moment. No wonder Qiyu, Demon Emperor, approved of him. Perhaps this is the only chance for our Qiyu immortal system to change our fate. Qilong's eyes lit up. She felt that Qiyu immortal system should seize this opportunity. After the matter of the sacred mountain came to an end, Jun Xiaoyao also led the group deeper into the world of divine remains. Now, the clues about the desolate emperor had been solved. Jun Xiaoyao also gained a lot. This gain was of great significance to him, to Wu Hu, and to the entire sacred physique lineage. Next, there was only the matter of signing in. Jun Xiaoyao also planned to go deep into the core of the Forgotten Nation to sign in. Along the way, he naturally found a lot of treasures. Jun Xiaoyao didn't like them and directly gave them to Lu Fuguei, Mo Yenyu, and Qiyu immortal system. These people who followed Jun Xiaoyao also gained a lot. They naturally had more respect for Jun Xiaoyao. On the other side, several ancient Xianting saints who had escaped from the sacred mountain. Their faces were ugly as if they had eaten a fly. They didn't have a high status in the ancient Xianting. At least among their peers, they were almost like stars surrounding the moon. Even in the current world, if they were born, their status wouldn't be much lower than Di Haoyan's. But now, as soon as he was born, he stumbled and ended up in a sorry state. One of them even died. This made the saints feel gloomy. Then what should we do now? Where should we go? Saint Ming Xian asked. Both the bright moon Saint Sun and the heavenly star Saint Sun were silent. The great sun Saint Sun said, "Go to the deepest part of the Forgotten Nation. The princess should be sleeping there. Also, don't forget that our mission in slumbering in this golden era is to assist the princess in the first place." If the great sun Saint Sun's words were spread out, it would definitely shock everyone. They were all holy sons with extraordinary statuses, yet they had been sealed here just to assist others. But the princess's physique. The heavenly star, Saint Sun, hesitated. Don't worry. His Majesty must have left a backup plan. After all, she is the last princess of the ancient Xianting. The Chosens all nodded slightly. If it really succeeds with the princess's strength, she might be able to compete with the innate saint body. The bright moon Saint Sun said. Don't worry, we will remember this. The great sun Saint Sun's eyes surged with coldness. The world of divine remains was extremely vast, and not many people could go deep. Because the world of divine remains wasn't completely safe, there were also various mechanisms, traps, and incomplete arrays. After an unknown period of time, Jun Xiaoyao looked up at the sky. The blood-red Mars demon star looked even more beautiful. Vaguely, Jun Xiaoyao felt that the end of the Forgotten Nation might not be far away. And most importantly, as the Mars demon star changed, Jun Xiaoyao could also feel it from the deepest part of the world of divine remains. There was a terrifying soul pressure coming from the deepest part of the world of divine remains. It came crashing down like a tidal wave. Except for a few top prodigies like Jun Xiaoyao, other prodigies couldn't go deep. Master, it's already difficult for us to go deep. Why don't you continue alone? Mo Yinyu said, "That's right, Senior. We have already gained enough." Qilong and the others also said. They also knew very well that they didn't want to drag Jun Xiaoyao down. They had already gained enough. Greed was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. That's good. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. It was indeed not suitable to continue to lead them in the future. Then, Jun Xiaoyao continued to go deep alone. The others were looking for other opportunities in this area. It was the same for the prodigies in other places, except for a few prodigies who still wanted to try. As for the others, they were all searching for opportunities within the limits of their abilities. As time passed, Jun Xiaoyao had already gone deep into the deepest part of the world of divine remains. He might even be close to the deepest part of the Forgotten Nation. However, there was still no sign of the system. What's going on? Just as Jun Xiaoyao was feeling suspicious, suddenly he heard a sound. It was the sound of waves crashing on the shore. With a thought, Jun Xiaoyao flashed away. Not long after, he finally left the floating island area of the world of divine remains. Looking around, it was a vast expanse of white waves. It was a sea with no end in sight. Jun Xiaoyao stood on the shore. At this moment, in the distance of the sea, lanterns were lit, and palaces appeared like immortal palaces. It was full of immortal energy, as if it was the residence of immortals. Could that be the core of the ancient Xianting ruins? Jun Xiaoyao was suspicious. That scene was like a dream, like a mirage. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to step on the sea and explore, he found that after he stepped out, he instantly returned to his original place. Is it an illusion array or something else? Jun Xiaoyao began to activate his eternal sand-level primordial spirit to sense with his divine soul. But he still had no clue. Then there's only one possibility. If I'm not wrong, the existence in the Forgotten Nation can even crush an eternal sand-level primordial spirit in terms of the Tao of the primordial spirit. In other words, only a power that surpassed the eternal sand-level primordial spirit could confuse it. And above the eternal sand-level primordial spirit was the void, turbulent primordial spirit. That wasn't a realm that ordinary experts could reach. Even some quasi-emperors and even great emperors might not be able to reach the void, turbulent primordial spirit. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking, a figure suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea in the distance. Jun Xiaoyao looked over. "It's you!" Chapter 1279. It was the figure that came over on the sea. She was dressed in a red phoenix robe. She was tall and beautiful, and her hair was tied up in a bun. She was like a fairy who had descended from the sky. Who else could it be but the daughter king, Zhuang Xiaoming? If it were anyone else, such as Lu Fugui and the others, they would definitely be confused. They wouldn't know what was going on. However, Jun Xiaoyao wore a faint smile on his face, as if he knew what was going on. "Sir, we meet again." Zhuang Xiaoming smiled at Jun Xiaoyao, a smile that could topple cities. Jun Xiaoyao also smiled faintly. "Should I call you the Daughter King? Or the Will of the Forgotten Country?" Jun Xiaoyao's words pierced through the window paper. The smile on Zhuang Xiaoming's face did not change. "I still prefer sir to call me Xiaoming, because this is the name you gave me." Zhuang Xiaoming spoke with a smile full of charm. Jun Xiaoyao knew that this was actually a disguised admission. From the moment he entered the Forgotten Country, he had a whimsical guess. The Forgotten Country was actually alive. In other words, the Forgotten Country had its own will. It might not be a living person, but it was definitely in existence with its own thoughts and knew how to think. Moreover, its cultivation in the path of the soul was extremely terrifying. It was at least a void, turbulent existence. Otherwise, it would be impossible to deceive Jun Xiaoyao's eternal sand-level primordial spirit. Moreover, many of the powerhouses who came here were confused. Without an extremely strong path of the primordial spirit, it was impossible to set up an illusion to confuse everyone. Strictly speaking, The Zhuang Xiaoming in front of him was not the daughter king of the lost country. After all, the daughter king was also an illusion born from the will of the forgotten country. Now, it was this will that had transformed into Zhuang Xiaoming. As the saying goes, Zhuang Zhou dreams of a butterfly, and the butterfly dreams of Zhuang Zhou. It's my honor to like the name I gave you. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. I always feel that this name suits me very well. After all, who can determine what is real and what is fake in this world? If a person is trapped in a dream forever, then the dream is real to him, Zhuang Xiaoming said faintly. Jun Xiaoyao took a deep look at Zhuang Xiaoming and said, To be honest, although I know that you're the Forgotten Kingdom's will, I don't know what kind of existence you are. The Zhuang Xiaoming in front of him was a great beauty. However, it was an illusion after all. Who knew what was behind this will? Sir, you will know soon. After all, you are about to wake up from this dream. Zhuang Xiaoming gazed at Jun Xiaoyao. A strange look flashed through Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Was Zhuang Xiaoming reminding him that the Forgotten Kingdom was about to disappear? If he didn't leave before disappearing, he would probably have to dream forever. This sea should be the core of the Forgotten Kingdom, Jun Xiaoyao said. Yes, all of you who entered the kingdom should want to enter here. After all, the most precious treasure of the ancient Xianting is hidden here. Zhuang Xiaoming suddenly blinked and revealed a hint of playfulness. This was a little special. Treasure, what is it? Jun Xiaoyao was curious. At the same time, he even wondered if the will of the Forgotten Kingdom had reached some agreement with the ancient Xianting to help the ancient Xianting guard the treasure. You will know when you go in. Zhuang Xiaoming kept him in suspense. Jun Xiaoyao was just about to ask how to enter. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Immediately, he took out a flower. It was the flower of the past. Is it this? Jun Xiaoyao said, Sir, you are indeed witty. Zhuang Xiaoming smiled. The dream tide is about to hit. This is the last stage. If you can break free from the dream, you will be able to leave the Forgotten Kingdom. If you don't wake up, you will forever be a part of the Forgotten Kingdom. Hearing Zhuang Xiaoming's words, Jun Xiaoyao raised his head and looked at the Mars demon star. Now he finally understood that the Mars demon star controlled the sole illusion power of the Forgotten Kingdom. And in the distance of the sea, a vast fog was surging. That was the dream tide which could drown the Forgotten Kingdom in a very short period of time. That was the final test. At this time, the flower of the past in Jun Xiaoyao's hand was lit up like a lamp and bloomed. It was beautiful and mesmerizing, and Jun Xiaoyao was completely immune to it. He turned to look at Zhuang Xiaoming and said goodbye. In fact, Jun Xiaoyao knew that it was impossible for him to see Zhuang Xiaoming again. Once the dream tide was over, he would naturally wake up and leave. The Forgotten Kingdom would also disappear, and he would wait for the next time he woke up. Hearing this, Zhuang Xiaoming suddenly laughed and said, Actually, sir, you can stay and accompany me forever. I don't mind. Jun Xiaoyao was slightly embarrassed, and then he smiled modestly. Of course, I am willing to accept your invitation, but I still have unfinished business, so I can only thank you for your kindness. With that, Jun Xiaoyao directly stepped into the sea, and in a moment he was drowned in the dream tide. Zhuang Xiaoming was speechless, and then she shook her head and smiled. I really want to keep him here forever. Zhuang Xiaoming muttered to herself. Jun Xiaoyao could be considered the most interesting person she had met in countless eras and among the countless living beings she had met. However, when she thought of that terrifying woman, Zhuang Xiaoming could not help but shudder. If she really kept him here, that terrifying woman would probably destroy her directly, right? She might even completely wipe out the entire Forgotten Kingdom. Moreover, that woman had warned her not to touch him. It's really strange. Why does he have a connection with that terrifying woman in the ninth heaven? Zhuang Xiaoming shook her head slightly. That woman, like her, cultivated the Tao of dreams. However, That woman's strength and cultivation were stronger than hers. One person was a forbidden zone. Forget it. For the sake of that woman and the fact that you named me, I'll give you one last gift. As soon as Zhuang Xiaoming finished speaking, she stretched out her jade-like finger, and a bit of spiritual light followed Jun Xiaoyao. In the dream tide, everyone's thoughts would completely become their own in the dream. And the gift that Zhuang Xiaoming gave Jun Xiaoyao was that he could have a wisp of his own thoughts in the dream. It was almost as if he was helping Jun Xiaoyao cheat. This was absolutely unfair to other people who were immersed in the dream. Finally, the promise to the ancient Xian Ting has been fulfilled. Zhuang Xiaoming sighed. Her figure gradually faded and disappeared. On the other side of the sea, two figures could be seen standing there. One of them had blonde hair and silver eyes and was born a divine being. It was Di Haoyan. The other person was none other than Gu Tizi. Chapter 1280. Gu Tizi was originally a prodigy who was on par with Ling Yan. However, after being thwarted by Jun Xiaoyao, he had to bear the infamy of murdering the heroes of the immortal region. Later, Di Haoqian appeared. Gu Tizi was completely marginalized. Now he could only rely on Di Haoqian and follow him. Young Emperor, this should be the deepest part of the forgotten nation. What exactly is the treasure of the ancient Xianting? Gu Tizi's tone was also filled with curiosity. You'll see it soon, but you probably won't be able to see it, Di Haoqian said meaningfully. Oh, young Emperor, what do you mean? Gu Tizi was stunned, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He was also a scheming person, and he had schemed to frame Jun Xiaoyao many times before. However, he was countered later on. However, this was enough to show that Gu Tizi was not stupid. In a split second, he quickly retreated. Di Haoqian, on the other hand, was neither hurried nor slow. He pressed out with his palm, and his unique innate Dragon Emperor Qi was boiling, turning into golden dragons that entangled Gu Tizi. Although Gu Tizi had the Fuxi sacred body, his opponent was Di Haoqian. Young Emperor Haoyan, what are you doing? I am loyal to you. Gu Tizi resisted while shouting angrily. He could not believe that Di Haoqian would attack him. So, now is the time for you to show your loyalty. A cold smile appeared on Di Haoyan's face. His aura erupted, and the dazzling innate Dragon Emperor Qi traversed the 9 heavens. If other prodigies saw that aura, they would definitely be scared to the ground. Now, Di Haoqian had truly revealed a trace of his strength, and it was this small portion of power that directly suppressed Gu Tizi, making him unable to resist. The innate Dragon Emperor Qi turned into a golden furnace, imprisoning Gu Tizi within, and then directly refining him. Gu Tizi let out a scream. The feeling of being refined alive was even more painful than death. Gu Tizi's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and his body began to crack. He stared at Di Haoyan, completely unable to believe that. He did not die at the hands of his sworn enemy, Jun Xiaoyao, but at the hands of his own. To the scheming ancient prince, this was undoubtedly a form of mockery. He had planned and calculated. In the end, he was plotted against his own bloodline. Di Haoyan, no matter what, I'm still the successor of the Fuxi immortal lineage. Aren't you afraid of stirring up trouble? Gu Tizi was not willing to die like this, and he did not want to give up until the end. When I unify the Xian Ting, the Fuxi immortal lineage will understand my good intentions. Di Haoqian was unmoved. Di Haoyan would not even blink when his own follower died, not to mention Gu Tizi, who had only followed him recently. In Di Haoyan's eyes, he was just a tool. Di Haoqian, I curse you. You will be defeated by Jun Xiaoyao, and you will be defeated miserably. Gu Tizi let out a shrill scream, and finally his body and primordial spirit exploded. They turned into a ball of yin and yang, black and white essence. It was the Fuxi sacred physique's essence. Di Haoqian raised his hand, and the Fuxi sacred physique's essence floated above his palm. Jun Xiaoyao ha. Di Haotian only laughed coldly. When I'm done here and unify the Xianting, I'll find a way to eliminate Jun Xiaoyao, the only variable. Then everything will go back on track, and the Xianting will unify the ages. And I will be the only king of the Xianting, and I will go find that door. I still have the fragments of the Immortals' stone plate. When I find them all, I can fight for the chance to ascend. Then I will ascend to immortality and unify the ages. Di Haotian was full of ambition. His ambition was to swallow the universe, and he wanted to be the king of the Xianting, who ruled countless dimensions. With one command, all 9 heavens and 10 earths would submit. But to be honest, Di Haotian's talent, strength, and status were indeed worthy of his ambition. By the way, Ling Yan should also come here, right? When the time comes, I'll kill and refine her. Ling Yan and Gu Tizi were all part of his plan. However, Di Haotian didn't need them. He only needed their Fuxi sacred physique and Empress Hua sacred physique's essence. Di Haotian put away the Fuxi sacred physique's essence, and the flower of the past appeared in his hand. Then he also stepped into the dreamland tide. In the other direction, Ling Yan's tall and slender figure appeared. With her ability, she could naturally go deep into the core. Why do I have an inexplicable feeling, as if something is calling me? Ling Yuan's face was filled with doubt and confusion. She came to this sea completely subconsciously. Then Ling Yan also stepped into the sea. But the most surprising thing was Ling Yan actually stepped in directly. Jun Xiaoyao, Di Haotian, and the others all needed to use the flower of the past to step in. And Ling Yan could step into this sea directly without using the flower of the past. In the next moment, the dreamland tide also drowned her beautiful figure. In a very short period of time, the white fog engulfed the entire Forgotten Kingdom. All the prodigies in the Forgotten Nation instantly sank into the dreamland tide. In this dreamland tide, they would become a certain existence in the dream. That dream was almost no different from reality. In the end, only those who could wake up could leave the Forgotten Nation, and the rest would forever be trapped in the Forgotten Nation. The universe was vast and the stars were moving. This was an endless stretch of majestic heavenly palaces, lying across the universe like a continent. The scenery was magnificent and the lanterns were bright. The Golden Cloud Palace, the Lingxiao Palace, and the 4 great heavenly gates guarded the 4 directions. There were a total of 99,999 palaces and treasured lands to form this immortal palace. Thousands of rays of light, thousands of auspicious auras, pearls, precious stones, and glazed tiles. This was an incomparably prosperous place, and also the center of the immortal realm's power. The central area of the ancient Xianting. Dream of the ancient Xianting. The power of the ancient Xianting was undeniable. It guarded the 8 directions, the 4 poles, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Although it had already become history, the vast aura it displayed at this moment was still shocking. Celestial soldiers and generals came and went in an endless stream. The entire central area of the Xianting had more than 90,000 palaces. They were divided into the outer, inner, and central core area. And the central core area had 108 palaces. They were divided into 36 heavenly palaces and 72 throne halls. Located in the center was the Lingxiao Palace. That was the place where the ancient Xianting's ruler discussed important matters with some of the Xianting's mighty figures. Apart from that, there were also the Cloud Palace, Sand Palace, 5 Brightness Palace, Tishita Palace, Light Palace, Miaoyan Palace, Sun Palace, Huayua Palace, and other palaces. They were either heavenly paradises or residences of the important figures of the Xianting. And among these palaces, there was a palace called the Jasper Flower Palace. This was a forbidden area of the Xianting, and no outsiders were allowed to enter, because the person who lived here was the daughter of the ancient Xianting Emperor, the last princess of the ancient Xianting. Chapter 1281. The Jasper Flower Palace was full of blooming flowers. Even the lowest grade herbs planted here were all sacred herbs. It could be said that even if a pig was placed in the Jasper Flower Palace, it would not be able to survive. It would become an expert in a few years. These palaces were the best places in the 9 heavens immortal realm. However, the Jasper Flower Palace was deserted. No one was willing to come close. It was not because this was the residence of the princess of the ancient Xianting. One had to know that even if it was the residence of a princess, there would still be a few maids and the like. However, the Jasper Flower Palace was deserted. The reason was simple. It had something to do with the princess of the ancient Xianting's special body. It was an extremely ominous body. Because of that, even the daughter of the ancient Xianting's emperor lived in it. Ordinary people would stay away from it. Even in the immortal court, there were many rumors and slanders about this princess. But today, outside the Jasper Flower Palace, there was a slender figure slowly walking in. His long golden hair was loose, and his silver eyes had a deep look. He had an extraordinary temperament. Some of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals in the distance, and the people of the Xianting were surprised. It's Heavenly Lord Haoyan. It seems like he's really infatuated with the princess. I heard that the emperor wants to marry the princess to Heavenly Lord Haoyan. However, Heavenly Lord Haoyan is indeed the most outstanding person in the Xianting. Even I want to marry him, some of the fairies of the Xianting said. It's a pity that the princess has an ominous body. Anyone who has anything to do with her will suffer misfortune. I heard that the princess's ominous body even affected the luck of the Xianting. If the emperor hadn't been suppressing it, maybe the Xianting would... Shoo, don't say that. Some of the people of the Xianting communicated with their divine sense and whispered. Meanwhile, Heavenly Lord Haoyan had already entered the Jasper Flower Palace. The Jasper Flower Palace was usually quiet. No one would dare to approach it. True Lord Haotian was the only one who could freely enter the Jasper Flower Palace. Inside the Jasper Flower Palace, colorful flowers and brilliant reds were everywhere. No one would have thought that the person living here was a young girl with an ominous aura. Heavenly Lord Haotian passed by the small bridge, flowing water, rockery, and bluestone. Then he saw a pavilion. A young girl was leaning on the edge of the pavilion with her chin resting on her hand. She was doing nothing. That young girl seemed to be 16 years old. However, she was born with a face that could turn all living things upside down. It was hard to imagine that a girl with an ominous aura could have such a stunning appearance. However, it was difficult for outsiders to see this face. In fact, they would even stay far away from it. It had to be said that this was a form of irony. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or not. This young girl's appearance was somewhat similar to Ling Yan's. However, compared to Ling Yan, he was less noble and cold and more youthful. Princess Yuan Che. True Lord Haotian smiled when he saw the young girl. True monarch Haotian, you've come. The eyes of the girl, named Yuan Che, lit up. She was the daughter of the ancient Xianting emperor, Princess Yuan Che. Normally, she almost didn't see anyone, except for her father, Emperor Donghua, who occasionally saw her to suppress the ominous aura in her body. The only person she could see from time to time was True Lord Haotian. True Lord Haotian indeed had an extraordinary temperament and a magnificent appearance. It could be said that he was the dream of many women in the Xianting. However, Yuan Che only treated him as a friend. I'm here to visit your highness. How have you been recently? True Lord Haotian smiled gently and elegantly. It's still the same. I'm bored, Yuan Che said. Since she was born, she had been staying in the Jasper Flower Palace. If it were anyone else, they would have lost their minds long ago. To be honest, it was already good that Yuan Che didn't go crazy. I've brought you some trinkets on behalf of your highness. True monarch Haotian smiled and took out many rare treasures. For example, the rainbow feather robe made from the feathers of the divine phoenix. For example, the dazzling pearl of the 9 seas. For example, the nebula bracelet made from 108 stars. If these treasures were given to any woman, they would be incomparably happy and abnormally happy. However, Yuan Che just smiled perfunctorily and said, "Thank you very much." She didn't care much about these treasures. True Lord Hao Tian's smile faded slightly, and then he said, "Then what does your highness want?" Yuan Che's moon-like eyes turned and looked at True Lord Hao Tian. "Can you cover for me and let me go out for a stroll?" "Your highness, that won't do. Your physique is special, and it's not suitable for you to go out," True Lord Hao Tian said. "So you won't help, right?" Yuan Che puffed up her cheeks angrily. "Sorry, Emperor Donghua will definitely think of a way. It won't be long before your highness regains your freedom." "Wait again. This princess has been waiting for so long. I'm just going out for a stroll. I won't disturb anyone. Hao Tian, just tell me if you'll help me or not." Yuan Che stared straight at True Lord Hao Tian. True Lord Hao Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of thought. If he didn't help, would his relationship with Yuan Che fall into a deadlock? After thinking for a moment, True Lord Hao Tian said, "Then, Princess, can you guarantee that you won't disturb anyone and won't come into contact with anyone?" Yuan Che's eyes lit up. "Of course. Sai, if Emperor Donghua finds out about this, I'll definitely be punished." True Lord Hao Tian sighed. "Hao Tian, thank you. You're my friend forever." Yuan Che looked at True Lord Hao Tian and said. After that, True Lord Hao Tian casually covered for Yuan Che to sneak out. Looking at Yuan Che's back, True Lord Hao Tian's smile faded, revealing a hint of deep meaning. "Just a friend? That won't do." Yuan Che left the Jasper Flower Palace. This was the first time she experienced a feeling called freedom. However, she also listened to True Lord Hao Tian's words and didn't come into contact with anyone. She also understood that apart from her father, Emperor Donghua, and True Lord Hao Tian, the others should be afraid of her, because there was something ominous about her. Not only could she bring bad luck to people, but she could even bring bad luck to Xianting. Why? Why can't I be like an ordinary woman? Yuan Che thought to herself. Which girl didn't yearn for love? She was in the prime of her life. Even Yuan Che's heart would throb. She wanted to find the person she could chat with, talk about her worries, and entrust her feelings to. True Lord Hao Tian was indeed very outstanding, and enough to make many women's hearts flutter. But Yuan Che just didn't have any feelings in her heart. She only treated him as a friend. Yuan Che's thoughts were in a daze. Unknowingly, she came to a gorgeous peach forest. The peach forest was 10 miles long, and it was magnificent. Yuan Che looked at it in a daze. So beautiful! She couldn't help but mutter to herself. There was actually such a beautiful place in Xianting. Who took care of this? Just as Yuan Che was curious, a clear and gentle voice sounded. It was reciting a poem. Peach Blossom Temple in Peach Blossom Cove. Peach Blossom Immortal in Peach Blossom Temple. Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees and picked peach blossoms to sell for money. When sober, only sit in front of the flowers. When drunk, still sleep under the flowers. Half awake and half drunk, day after day, year after year. Chapter 1282. His gentle voice was accompanied by the poem and the peach blossoms within 10 miles. Hearing this, Yuan Che's heart rippled. Half awake and half drunk, day after day, flowers wither and bloom year after year. Yuan Che chewed on this poem and looked into the depths of the peach forest. She saw it. In the depths of the peach forest, a white-clothed young man leaned against a peach tree like an immortal. There's a game of chess in front of him and a pot of wine in his hand. The flying peach petals landed on his shoulder, but he didn't brush them off and let them stay there. This was a beautiful and dreamy picture. 10 miles of peach forest, a white-clothed immortal, accompanied by a rain of peach blossoms. If it were any other girl, they would have been instantly struck in the heart. Yuan Che hid in the dark and watched this scene. To be honest, although she was the princess of the ancient Xianting, but because she had been sealed in the Jasper Flower Palace since she was young, she hadn't seen much of the world. But her vision wasn't low. After all, her father was Emperor Donghua. True, Lord Haoyan was also a peerless talent. But at this moment, the young man playing chess and drinking wine under the peach forest still held Yuan Che's gaze tightly. What kind of strange man was he? Yuan Che was extremely curious, but she remembered true Lord Haoyan's warning. She couldn't touch anyone. Yuan Che sighed in her heart. She wanted to leave, but she was unwilling. Could this be the so-called fate? Yuan Che couldn't help but think. And at this moment, the immortal-like, handsome, white-clothed young man raised his hand. "Friend, since you're here, why don't you show yourself?" Yuan Che suddenly panicked. She wanted to leave directly, but her body was honest and showed her figure. What's the name of this poem? Perhaps because she rarely saw strangers, Yuan Che's tone was a little unsmooth. Peach Blossom Nunnery Song. The white-clothed young man smiled, slightly handsome and gentle. Yuan Che's face turned red, subconsciously. She wasn't a love-struck fool, nor was she obsessed with looks. Otherwise, she would have feelings for true Lord Haoyan long ago. But she just felt that the white-clothed young man in front of her had a very special temperament. That was the temperament she yearned for. Freedom. That's right. Although Yuan Che was the princess of the ancient Xianting, the one thing she couldn't obtain the most was the freedom that most living beings had. This poem is very good. By the way, aren't you afraid of me? Yuan Che asked. Why should I be afraid? The white-clothed youth asked. It seems that you don't know who I am. Yuan Che lowered his eyes slightly. Of course I do. You're the daughter of Monarch Donghua, Princess Yuan Che of the Xianting, the white-robed young man said with a smile. Then why aren't you afraid of me? Everyone else is avoiding me as if they're afraid of snakes and scorpions. They're afraid of being tainted by bad luck, said Yuan Che. She was already used to the indifference and isolation, misfortune and inauspiciousness. The white-clothed young man tilted his head slightly and said, Look at this 10-li peach forest. After the petals wither, they will rot. However, you cannot deny its magnificence because of this. The same goes for life. So what if you're tainted with inauspiciousness? This does not negate the significance of your existence. Princess Yuan Che. The white-clothed youth's words caused Yuan Che to freeze in place. Her vision suddenly became hazy. Only then did she realize that it was tears. Princess Yuan Che, if you don't mind, why don't we have a drink? The white-clothed youth raised his cup in invitation. Yuan Che wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes with her jade-like hand. An unprecedentedly sincere smile bloomed on her face. Sure enough, her guess was correct. This white-clothed youth was truly an extraordinary man. By the way, I still don't know your name, Yuan Che said. This one is Yu Xiaoyao, the white-clothed youth said indifferently. Yu Xiaoyao. Yuan Che muttered and repeated the words. Sure enough, he lived up to his name. Young master was like jade. Furthermore, there was a kind of carefree and unrestrained aura that she yearned for in Xiaoyao. Are you also from the Xianting? Why have I never heard of your name? Yuan Che asked curiously. Although she rarely left her residence, she knew some of the people in the Xianting. The white-clothed youth said, This one has always been a carefree person, wandering the 4 seas. I rarely stay in the Xianting. I see. Then you must have been to a lot of places. Can you tell me about them? Yuan Che rested her chin on her hand and looked at the white-clothed youth. This youth in front of her had the freedom she wanted most. Of course. It's my honor. The youth smiled. Then he told her all kinds of anecdotes about his travels. Yuan Che was also intoxicated by the story. Time passed. At some point, Yuan Che cursed inwardly. "It's over. I have to go back. Go ahead, princess." The youth smiled. Yuan Che hesitated for a moment, then looked at Jun Xiaoyao. After a while, she gathered her courage and said, "Yu Xiaoyao, can we meet again in this peach forest?" "Of course." The white-clothed youth smiled. "Then it's a promise." Yuan Che extended her pinky. Then she shrank back a little. She was tainted with an ominous aura. Even Lord Haotian didn't get within 3 feet of her. However, Yuan Che's eyes widened. The white-clothed youth also extended his pinky and hooked it with hers. "It's a promise." Yuan Che's heart skipped a beat. The man in front of her didn't mind at all, nor was he afraid of her ominous aura. As if to cover up her embarrassment, Princess Yuan Che blushed and left. Looking at Yuan Che's back, the gentle smile on the white-clothed youth's face slowly faded. How interesting. Is this the dream tide? Dreaming of the ancient Xianting? The white-clothed youth was naturally Jun Xiaoyao. He didn't expect this dream to be so realistic. Even with his eternal sand-level primordial spirit, he couldn't find any flaws. It was as if it was no different from reality. What exactly is the will of the forgotten country? It has such a strong soul cultivation. All of this is almost real. It could be said that even with his eternal sand-level primordial spirit, Jun Xiaoyao would have to spend a lot of effort to get out of this dream, not to mention others. However, Jun Xiaoyao was a little confused. Logically speaking, after falling into the dream, I shouldn't know my true identity. But now I have my original thoughts. It's like a lucid dream. Jun Xiaoyao was confused. The so-called lucid dream was when one was in a dream and knew that they were dreaming. This was an experience that many people had experienced. But in this environment, it was no different from cheating. Now, Jun Xiaoyao finally understood what Zhuang Xiaoming said was the most precious treasure of the ancient Xianting. I didn't expect that the last princess of the ancient Xianting would be sleeping in the core of the forgotten country. No other treasure could compare to this last princess of the ancient Xianting. Her identity and the resources she controlled were incomparable to other Xianting geniuses. She was the most precious treasure. However, Jun Xiaoyao still had some doubts in his heart. Yuan Che and Ling Yan looked a little similar. There must be a secret. The most important thing for Jun Xiaoyao now was to build a good relationship with Yuan Che. He wanted to know what the ominous aura on her was. There's also that Di Haoyan, but he doesn't seem to be awake yet. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. He now understood what Di Haoyan's plan was. He also wanted to get Yuan Che, the most precious treasure. He wanted to use the power of Princess Yuan Che's identity to ascend to the throne and unify the Xianting. It could be said that if Jun Xiaoyao did intervene, he might really succeed. But now, Jun Xiaoyao knew about Di Haoyan's plan and naturally wouldn't let him get what he wanted. Even if he had to be a jerk for once, he would ruin Di Haoyan's plan. Chapter 1283. When Yuan Che returned to the Jasper Flower Palace, she saw perfected Lord Haotian standing there. "Princess Yuan Che, you're a little late." Perfected Lord Haotian said with a faint smile. "Sorry, Haotian." Yuan Che stuck out her tongue playfully. "Your Highness, you seem to be in a good mood," Perfected Lord Haotian said. Of course. After all, it's rare for me to go out." "Naturally, I'm in a good mood," Yuan Che said. She wouldn't tell him about her meeting with Jun Xiaoyao. Otherwise, Perfected Lord Haotian might not let her go out again. "Well, Your Highness, I'll take my leave first. However, Xianting will hold the Myriad Immortal Banquet soon," Perfected Lord Haotian said. "Myriad Immortal Banquet? Is something important happening?" Yuan Che asked. The Myriad Immortal Banquet was the most prestigious banquet in Xianting. Usually, it would only be held when something big happened or when there was an important celebration. You'll know when the time comes. Perfected Lord Hao Tian smiled appropriately and kept her in suspense. After Perfected Lord Hao Tian left, Yuan Che's expression became absent-minded. She even felt that meeting Yu Xiaoyao in the 10-mile peach forest was just a dream. It was so dreamy that it was a little unreal. Will he keep his promise? Yuan Che's heart suddenly felt a little uneasy. This feeling was very novel to her. It was like a young girl's feelings were budding for the first time. In order to avoid Perfected Lord Hao Tian's suspicion, Yuan Che endured it. Yuan Che also endured it, and only after a period of time did she let Heavenly Lord cover for her to leave. Perfected Lord Hao Tian didn't suspect anything. And when Yuan Che came to the 10-mile peach forest again, she smiled knowingly. Under the peach blossom tree, the white-clothed young man was leaning leisurely as the rain of flowers fluttered. The face of a person and the peach blossoms were red. This was a phrase used to describe women. However, at this moment, it was also very suitable to use on a man who was as handsome as jade and free as an immortal. Your Highness, I've kept my promise. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and raised his cup. Yuan Che smiled from the bottom of her heart. This kind of smile had never appeared on her face. Then they sat opposite each other, drinking and chatting. Regarding Jun Xiaoyao having been to so many places, Yuan Che appeared to be very envious. No wonder you're called Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao is truly carefree, Yuan Che said. Becoming an immortal is easy, but Xiaoyao is difficult. Even the legendary immortals who have transcended their shackles may not be as free as Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Yuan Che stared intently at Jun Xiaoyao. There was a strange light in his eyes. He was truly a carefree and unrestrained man who had let go of everything in the world. It was as if nothing could restrain him. By the way, I've also brought some chess pieces. Play a game with me, Yuan Che said. She took out the chessboard and chess pieces. This is... Jun Xiaoyao looked over. This is something I came up with when I was bored. It's called the 9 Armies flag. Look, these chess pieces represent the Yu nation, these represent the Ling nation, and this is the Woman land. The rule of this game is that the 9 great nations will fight each other for the 3 secret realms of heaven and earth. Yuan Che was in high spirits as she explained to Jun Xiaoyao. She was like a child showing off her achievements. Jun Xiaoyao, however, was slightly surprised. Weren't these the 9 great nations and the 3 secret realms of opportunity in the Forgotten Land? Jun Xiaoyao pondered as he played chess. What's wrong? As if sensing the strange look in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, Yuan Che looked up and asked, Nothing. Your Highness is really smart. I've lost, Jun Xiaoyao said. Unexpectedly, Yuan Che puffed up her cheeks and said, You're going easy on me, aren't you? She could tell that Jun Xiaoyao was a man of great wisdom. Your Highness is the creator of the 9 Armies flag. It's normal for her to lose to you, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. Yuan Che stopped talking, but her face was blushing. This feeling of being cared for and coaxed by someone was quite good. For a long time after that, Yuan Che would occasionally find time to meet Jun Xiaoyao in the 10 miles peach forest. The two of them gradually became familiar with each other and talked about everything, other than playing the 9 Armies flag. Jun Xiaoyao would also tell her some stories. Today, I'll tell you a story about the Monster Clan. The Monster Clan? Yuan Che's eyes widened like a curious child. Once upon a time, there were 2 snake demons who cultivated into demons. One was a white snake, and the other was a green snake, Jun Xiaoyao said slowly. In the end, Yuan Che's eyes reddened. It's so pitiful. Why can't 2 people who love each other be together? That stinky monk is too evil. Everything in this world can't go according to one's wishes, Jun Xiaoyao said. Really can it? Yuan Che whispered and quietly leaned her head against Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao very naturally put his arm around Yuan Che's shoulders. Naturally, he was like an old scumbag who had experienced many ups and downs in love. Thinking of the clothes in the clouds, the face in the flowers, the spring breeze brushing the railings. The dew is thick. If we don't meet at the top of the Jade Mountain, we'll meet under the moon in the Jade Pavilion. Hearing this poem, Yuan Che's face turned red. She could tell that this poem was praising her heavenly beauty. It wasn't that she was easily moved. It was that the man in front of her was too outstanding. He was so perfect that it was like a dream. He came and went as he pleased, as elegant as the wind. Although his origin was mysterious, he was gentle and amiable to her. He didn't mind the ominous aura she carried at all. He was even willing to touch her and wasn't afraid of being tainted by the ominous aura. One had to know that even true Lord Hao Tian, who often fawned over her, had never come within 3 feet of her. Thinking of this, Yuan Che seemed to have mustered up her courage and said, "Yu Lang, do you know why I carry the ominous aura?" During this period of time, her relationship with Jun Xiaoyao had also become closer. Because Jun Xiaoyao called himself Yu Xiaoyao, she called Jun Xiaoyao Yu Lang. Why? A dark light flashed in the depths of Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. "Because I am a great sinner," Yuan Che said. "A great sinner? But you haven't committed any sins." Jun Xiaoyao said with slight surprise, "I'm not sure either. Since I was born, I have been a great sinner. My father once said by chance. Maybe it's because of the long rule of the Xian Ting, which accumulated a lot of blood and sin. And my father, Emperor Donghua, as the ruler of the Xian Ting, transferred this sin to his daughter, which is me." Yuan Che's tone was mournful and pitiful. It was obvious that she was an innocent girl, but she was born with the bloody sin of the entire Xian Ting. This was very unfair to her fate. "So that's how it is," Jun Xiaoyao said. "This last princess of the ancient Xian Ting was really pitiful. Then is there any way to solve it?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. Yuan Che sighed. "Now there are only 2 ways. One is to find someone else who can transfer the great sin. But there are too few people like that, and it's impossible for them to be willing to accept this sin. The other way is to borrow the power of the 2 emperors of the Xian Ting, Emperor Shi's and Emperor Wa's, to suppress the sin in my body. But that's not an easy way." Jun Xiaoyao's eyes suddenly flashed when he heard this. He suddenly understood. It wasn't the power of the 2 emperors of the Xian Ting and Emperor Wa's sacred body of Fuxi and Emperor Wa. Chapter 1284. In an instant, Jun Xiaoyao understood everything. Not only was his intelligence monstrous, after breaking through to the eternal sand level, his primordial spirit could even revolve countless times in an instant. All kinds of thoughts, ideas, and clues gathered in his mind. So this is Di Haoyan's plan. Jun Xiaoyao completely understood the cause and effect. Even so, there were still no flaws on his face. "Don't worry, your sins will definitely be washed away," Jun Xiaoyao comforted. "Well, I think if one day my sins and inauspiciousness are really washed away, then can I be with you openly?" Yuan Che mustered up her courage and whispered like a mosquito. "Yes," Jun Xiaoyao said. "Being a scumbag in the dream shouldn't count, right?" At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Your Highness, you seem to have violated the conditions." Hearing this voice, Yuan Che suddenly reacted and hurriedly stood up. In the distance, a figure slowly appeared. His golden hair fluttered, and a pair of cold moon-like silver eyes swept towards the 2. "Hao Tianai." Yuan Che was at a loss for a moment. Perfected Lord Hao Tian's gaze did not fall on Yuan Che. Instead, it fell on Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was still lazy, leaning against the peach blossom tree. His expression was indifferent, but there was a strange light in his eyes. As expected, this perfected Lord Hao Tian was Di Haoyan. However, it was different from the awake Jun Xiaoyao. Di Haotian was still in a dream, so it was impossible for him to directly recognize Jun Xiaoyao. But even if he couldn't recognize him, he felt that this excessively handsome, white-clothed young man in front of him, there was still an instinctive disgust and hostility. Why do I have an instinctive sense of disgust towards this person? Perfected Lord Haotian was also a little confused. This feeling of disgust seemed to be deeply rooted in him and couldn't be changed. Moreover, he also saw the scene of Yuan Che leaning on Jun Xiaoyao. This caused the coldness in his eyes to grow even more intense. How dare you contact the princess of the Xianting so rashly? How dare you? Lord Haotian said coldly. No, it has nothing to do with him. I was the one who took the initiative. Yuan Che said defensively, Princess, this has nothing to do with you. You should return to the Jasper Flower Palace first. True, Lord Haotian said. Then you can't attack him. Yuan Che bit her lip. Don't worry. Random people are not worthy of me taking action. Heavenly Lord Haotian said indifferently. Yuan Che glanced at Jun Xiaoyao, reluctant to part with him. If she didn't listen to Haotian, she might never have the chance to come out again, not to mention meeting Jun Xiaoyao. After Yuan Che left, Haotian Prince looked at Jun Xiaoyao coldly. After a long while he guessed, have we met somewhere before? Jun Xiaoyao was still drinking leisurely. I'm just a nobody. I'm not as famous as true Lord Haotian. A toad can never eat swan meat. You don't look stupid. You should know this, Lord Haotian said coldly. Yes, a toad can eat swan meat. You should know this too, right? Jun Xiaoyao said casually. True Lord Haotian's face turned completely cold. Jun Xiaoyao was using his words to mock him. I'm afraid there's something you don't know. Soon, it will be Yuan Che's birthday party. On the day of the birthday party, Emperor Dong Hua will find a way to personally suppress her sins. At the same time, he will also bestow her with a marriage. And the person Princess Yuan Che wants to marry is me. Lord Haotian smiled coldly. Is that so? But will Yuan Che agree? Jun Xiaoyao looked up and said, Then it's not up to her. Lord Haotian paused and continued. If you have any self-awareness, you should give up this foolish thought as soon as possible. She's not a woman you can get. After Lord Haotian finished speaking, he turned around and left. Looking at his back, Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a faint smile. Whether it was in or out of the dream, Di Haotian's personality was still the same, as expected of someone with a rebirth cheat. Among the leaks, he's considered smart. Jun Xiaoyao now knew almost everything about Di Haotian's plan. Through the dream realm tide, he formed an inextricable marriage with the last princess of the ancient Xianting, just like how he formed a relationship with Ling Yan in the Sea of Reincarnation under the Black Abyss. Although all of that was fake, but the karma was already intertwined. It would be difficult to separate in the future. Not to mention, most women were emotional creatures. If in a dream, she loves a man till she dies, then in reality, it would be difficult for her to dislike this person. Even if it was a sworn enemy, it was the same. Just like Ling Yan, when they were in the Black Abyss, they were enemies. But after the 100 lives of reincarnation, her attitude towards Jun Xiaoyao began to have some subtle changes. And Di Haotian was undoubtedly thinking of using this method now. In the dream realm tide, he married Yuan Che and became husband and wife. Even if it was a dream, this karma was completely formed. And Jun Xiaoyao could conclude that Di Haotian's method of roping in Yuan Che was definitely not just this. If I'm not wrong, Gu Tizi should have already been killed by Di Haotian. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Gu Tizi thought that there would be a way out if he joined Di Haotian. Little did he know that he was just finding a dead end for himself. The power of Emperor Shi and Emperor Hua, plus a great sinner, and the Lord of the Xianting, the daughter of Emperor Donghua, who has the bloodline of the emperor. TSK, This last princess of the ancient Xianting is really something. Jun Xiaoyao also sighed. If this last princess of the ancient Xianting was born, she would definitely be the most dazzling genius of the current generation. Of course, the premise was that she could completely control the power of sin. After all, although the power of sin was terrifying, it was misfortune and ominous. But if it could be perfectly controlled, it would also become an extremely terrifying force. Now that I know your plan, how can I let your plan succeed? Jun Xiaoyao revealed a smile. It was a smile that was causing trouble. Although kidnapping a bride is a bit cliché, I can't help but like this kind of thing. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. On the other side, Lord Haotian also came to the Jasper Flower Palace. Then he also told Yuan Che about the birthday banquet and the wedding banquet. Yuan Che was a little in disbelief, but the expression on her face was not obviously happy. If she had heard this news before meeting Jun Xiaoyao, Yuan Che might not be very happy, but she would not be too conflicted. Because although she did not have any feelings for Lord Haotian, but Lord Haotian was indeed not bad to her. But now, as soon as she saw Xiaoyao, she fell in love with him for life. Other men were no longer pleasing to her eyes. Haotian, if you are really good to me, then tell father to cancel the wedding banquet. Yuan Che said word by word. Yuan Che, do you still not understand my feelings? Lord Haotian slowly clenched his 5 fingers and said in a calm tone, Sorry. Yuan Che could only say so. She could not go against her heart. Things have been set, and it is difficult to change. Yuan Che, prepare well. Lord Haotian's tone suddenly became cold. At this point, he was too lazy to pretend to be a good man. After all, his only purpose was to marry Yuan Che and then get the appreciation of Emperor Donghua. In the end, he would inherit the position of the Lord of the Xianting. It could be said that whether in the dream or outside the dream, Di Haotian's only purpose was to become the supreme lord of the Xianting who dominated all time and space. Chapter 1285. So it's all your disguise. Your purpose is to marry me? Seeing Lord Haotian's expression, how could Yuan Che not understand? Although she didn't meet many people, she wasn't too scheming. But it didn't mean that she was a fool. Have a good rest. It won't be long before you are my wife. Lord Haotian didn't say much and turned to leave. Yuan Che sat down in a daze. She thought about it for a while and soon understood. Why did Lord Haotian keep fawning over her? Was he really good to her? Or did he want to gain the appreciation of Emperor Donghua? One could imagine if Lord Haotian became the prince consort of the Xianting, in addition to his own talent. If Emperor Donghua nurtured him, wouldn't he be qualified to become the Lord of Xianting in the future? Such a comparison. On the contrary, Jun Xiaoyao, who had not known her for long, was sincere to her. He didn't ask for anything from Yuan Che. Xiaoyao was happy and carefree. He didn't care about identity, status, or the Lord of Xianting. Yu Lang, Yuan Che's eyes were slightly red. Time passed day by day. Yuan Che had been staying in the Jasper Flower Palace. Unlike before, there were many more guards outside the Jasper Flower Palace. They were all sent by Lord Haotian. Yuan Che didn't take a step out. Yu Lang should have already left. Yuan Che didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to stand up bravely. She also didn't want Jun Xiaoyao to stand up, because this marriage was ordered by her father, the Lord of Xianting, Emperor Donghua, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, who dared to say no to the Lord of Xianting. Now, I only hope that you can still be as carefree and unrestrained as before. Just pretend that you've never met me. Yuan Che's heart was already dead silent. As time passed, the day of the myriad immortal banquet also arrived. And this day was also Yuan Che's birthday banquet. At the same time, it was also a wedding banquet. Emperor Donghua also wanted to make a move on this day to find a way to suppress the power of great sin in her body. Originally, this should have been a happy day for Yuan Che. because she finally had a chance to ask for help from misfortune and misfortune. However, she remained expressionless. Her heart withered like peach blossoms. Yuan Che, are you ready? Heavenly Lord Hao Yin came. He was gentle and elegant as usual. If not for seeing through true Lord Vast Heaven's true colors, Yuan Che would probably still foolishly be deceived by him. Now her attitude was extremely cold. True monarch Hao Tian didn't mind. He was about to achieve his goal anyway. The Myriad Immortal Banquet was held at the Lingxiao King Hall. Although it was called a treasure hall, its interior was actually as vast as a small world. As far as the eye could see, Xianting experts and mighty figures from all walks of life were streaming in. The whole world was resplendent and dazzling. One star after another adorned the dome. The sun and moon hung high in the sky, illuminating everything. Maids who looked like celestial concubines came and went with jade trays in their hands. There were many jade tables floating in the void. The jade tables were made of celestial origins. The prosperity of the ancient Xianting was indeed unimaginable. There were tens of thousands of Xianting members gathered here. This was the real Myriad Immortal Banquet, and on the high seats there were figures that were even more dazzling than the sun and moon in the dome. They were some emperor-level figures of the Xianting, and in the middle position there was an extremely blurry figure. His figure was hazy, making it impossible to see clearly. It was like a shadow. He also didn't emit any kind of terrifying aura of pressure. It was as if he had transcended everything, like a person from a myth. This extremely blurry figure was the last monarch of the ancient Xianting, Emperor Donghua. Everyone present knew what Emperor Donghua was going to do. He wanted to help his daughter suppress the great sin. This sin was very special. It seemed to be connected to the luck of the Xianting, so it was very troublesome. Otherwise, if it was an ordinary sin, with Emperor Donghua's strength, he could eliminate it with a thought. At this moment, the main character arrived. True Lord Hao Tian, Yuan Che, and the others entered. True Lord Hao Tian had a faint smile on his face, calm and composed. Yuan Che, on the other hand, was expressionless like an exquisite doll, beautiful but lifeless. She didn't think of making a scene or breaking off the engagement, because that would embarrass her father, Emperor Donghua. Although it was Emperor Donghua who had asked her to stay in the Jasper Flower Palace, she could feel Emperor Donghua's deep fatherly love for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much effort to help her. Today is my daughter Yuan Che's birthday. Thank you for coming. Emperor Donghua opened his mouth. His voice was ethereal, as if it could spread throughout the 3,000 worlds. You're welcome, Your Majesty. Yes, I specially brought a star ocean pearl as a birthday gift for the princess. I'll also give you 100 sceneries of rivers and mountains. Next, there was a round of flattery and celebration. Although these powerful experts and mighty figures were all very enthusiastic, they were all very enthusiastic. No one dared to get close to Yuan Che. All right, thank you for your congratulatory gifts. Today there are 2 more things. First, I want to resolve the great sin in my daughter's body. Second, the marriage between my daughter and perfected Lord Hao Tian. As soon as these words were said, there was an uproar. Although a small number of people already knew, most of them were still extremely surprised. Fellow Taoists, I hope you can help, said Emperor Donghua. Beside him sat 2 blurry figures. In terms of aura, they were not much weaker than Emperor Donghua. You're too kind, Your Majesty. The 2 of them attacked at the same time, and 2 vast balls of origin appeared. One was filled with the qi of Taiji Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang gave birth to the 4 divisions. The 4 divisions formed the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams gave birth to all things. This was the power of creation of heaven and earth. The other carried the aura of the mother of all things, as if it could mold earth to create humans, mend the heavens with its hands, and control the supreme power of creation. Everyone gasped when they saw the 2 primary essences. Everyone knew that this was the most precious source in the world. Yuan Che was sent to a jade platform and laid flat on it. Emperor Dong Hua attacked with unfathomable power. His idea was to fuse the two source powers of Emperor Shi and Emperor Hua into Yuan Che's body. Not only did it have to suppress the power of great sin, in fact, it was even possible that Yuan Che would be able to create an unprecedented dual emperor physique. Of course, Emperor Dong Hua had never tried it before. This was also the only way at this stage. After all, it was almost impossible to find a person who could transfer the great sin. Under everyone's gaze, Emperor Dong Hua used his supreme power to press the two sources into Yuan Che's body. If an ordinary person were to do this, even their physical body and primordial spirit would explode. But what kind of person was Emperor Dong Hua? His methods were heaven-defying, so he naturally had a way to fuse it. However, at this moment, a terrifying power of sin appeared. That terrifying energy carried all kinds of resentment, curses, blood, and killing intent. It was as if the living beings that had been suppressed by the Xian Ting were miniature versions. In fact, the more powerful a force was, the greater the backlash of sin it would suffer. As the saying went, extreme prosperity leads to decline. How many forces could survive in this world? The terrifying power of great sin in Yuan Che's body. It caused the expressions of the tens of thousands of Xian Ting experts to change. Some people couldn't help but be shocked as they thought to themselves, could it be that the prosperous Xian Ting will also fall apart one day? This kind of great sin was definitely not a good sign, and the facts proved that the ancient Xian Ting had indeed disappeared. After the ancient Xian Ting disappeared, the Xian Ting was formed by the various great immortal heritages. However, the Xian Ting had also split during the war between the two worlds. In the end, it formed the 9 great immortal heritages, and now everyone's eyes were on it. After an unknown period of time, Emperor Dong Hua sighed tiredly. Everyone knew this method had also failed. Chapter 1286. In fact, Emperor Dong Hua's terrifying strength. It wasn't that there was no way to deal with this power of great sin. After all, he was the master of Xian Ting, an existence that commanded the 9 heavens and 10 lands. However, if he really used force, this power of sin could be erased. However, Yuan Che's life would also be in danger. For example, it was like a crystal bottle filled with dirty water. If the dirty water was difficult to extract, he could directly break the crystal bottle and let it flow out. However, the crystal bottle itself would also shatter. The current Yuan Che was in such a state. After all, she was only a teenage girl. Even if she had the bloodline of an emperor, it was difficult for her to cultivate because of the power of great sin. Seeing this scene, everyone sighed deeply. Father, thank you. If it really doesn't work, then forget it. Yuan Che held back her tears and opened her mouth to speak. The coldness of Xian Ting made her feel no sense of belonging to the entire Xian Ting. However, she didn't want to put her father in a difficult position. No, there's another way. Emperor Dong Hua said in a deep voice. Everyone present was stunned. Emperor Dong Hua said, "Split your soul into 3 and form the 3 souls of heaven, earth, and human. Your physical body and heaven's soul will seal the great sin and sleep in the future. I believe that there will definitely be a golden era that can solve the problem of your great sin. As for the earth soul and human soul, fuse with the origin of Emperor Shi and Emperor Hua and throw them into the reincarnation well so that they can be reincarnated and cultivate alone. When the true golden era arrives, daughter, you can be born and let the other 2 souls return to their positions. This way, not only can you eliminate the great sin, but you can also become a dual emperor and dominate the world to fight for the immortal opportunity." It could be said that for Yuan Che, his only daughter, Emperor Dong Hua had put in a lot of effort. This was because the more powerful one was, the harder it was to give birth to a bloodline. He only had this one daughter, so he naturally had to consider everything. Emperor Donghua is wise. The others all cupped their hands and flattered. However, many people also looked at Lord Haoyan. If this was really the method, then this wedding banquet, Emperor Donghua also looked at Lord Haoyan. Hao Tian, true lord, your engagement is still valid, but it's hard for you to be with her all the time. And now, she still possesses the power of sin. Are you willing to accept it? True Lord Hao Tian's expression did not change, but there was a change in his eyes. Truth be told, if one were to approach Yuan Che without removing the power of sin, it would truly be dangerous. Yuan Che was also silent. However, there was a trace of mockery in her clear, glass-like, beautiful eyes. Time reveals a person's heart, and adversity reveals a true friend. Although true Lord Hao Tian was courteous to her, he was actually still afraid of her inauspiciousness and sins. At this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded. I don't agree to this marriage. The voice was very soft and indifferent. However, it reverberated throughout the entire Lingxiao palace. When Yuan Che heard this voice, her delicate body stiffened as if she had been struck by lightning. A commotion broke out at the scene. After all, this was a marriage arranged by Emperor Donghua. Who would dare to object? Who would dare to say no to Emperor Xianting? Among the tens of thousands of Xianting people, a peerless figure in a white robe slowly walked out. He had an immortal appearance and was extremely handsome. The eyes of many of the geniuses of the immortal court lit up. Who is he? Why would an outsider sneak into the Xianting? Newborn calves are truly fearless. How dare he openly oppose Emperor Donghua? Many voices sounded at the scene. Jun Xiaoyao filtered out all of them. He looked at Emperor Donghua, who was sitting high in the sky. He thought to himself, no wonder he was the last emperor of the ancient Xianting. Its appearance was something that even the Forgotten Kingdom could not simulate, because such an existence's strength was beyond imagination. Even if one just recited his name, he might be able to sense it. Therefore, the will of the Forgotten Nation could not sketch out Emperor Donghua's appearance, because it was not qualified enough. From just now, Jun Xiaoyao had been hiding in the crowd, and now he finally understood everything. Why Yuan Che and Ling Yan were somewhat similar, and the secret of Ling Yan's two souls in one body. If he guessed correctly, Ling Yan and Fairy Yuan should be Yuan Che's earth soul and human soul. As for why they formed two souls in one body, Jun Xiaoyao guessed that it should be in the process of reincarnation. The earth soul and human soul were entangled together. The origin of Empress Hua's sacred body was integrated into the two souls. As for the origin of Fushi's sacred body, it should be scattered outside. Perhaps it helped Gu Tizi in the future. After all, Gu Tizi also had the bloodline of Fushi. Now, Jun Xiaoyao also understood Di Haoyan's plan. He first prepared to form a karmic entanglement with Yuan Che's heavenly soul in the dream tide. He wanted to leave his shadow in Yuan Che's heart. Then he would offer the origin of Fushi's sacred body that he obtained from killing Gu Tizi. Finally, he would suppress Ling Yan and offer him to Yuan Che so that her three souls could be combined and she could obtain the origin of the two emperors at the same time. Under these methods, even a woman with a heart of stone would be subdued. Then, she would be roped in by Di Haoyan. With Yuan Che's status as the last princess of the ancient Xianting, coupled with her own influence and strength, if she joined forces with Di Haotian, the ancient young emperor, they would definitely have the ability to unify the entire Xianting. Yuan Che would become the empress of Xianting, and Di Haotian would become the lord of Xianting. It could almost be said that the general trend had been formed, and no one could stop his ambition. It had to be said that Di Haoyan's plan was really perfect and flawless. Unfortunately, the only thing was, although Di Haotian had the memory of reincarnation, he couldn't predict Jun Xiaoyao's actions. He also didn't expect that Jun Xiaoyao would sneak in and ruin his perfect plan. And now, It was the most critical moment for Jun Xiaoyao to ruin Di Haotian's plan. He wanted to stop Di Haotian and Yuan Che's wedding. "It's you! How dare you act rashly here?" A cold light surged in perfected Lord Haotian's eyes, and he raised his hand to suppress Jun Xiaoyao. "Stop!" Yuan Che flashed and stood in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Previously, even when she failed to suppress the great sin, she didn't shed a tear. But now, seeing Jun Xiaoyao appear, she shed tears. A strange look flashed in the eyes of all the people of the Xianting. Those who could come to the Myriad Immortal Banquet were all the best people of the Xianting, and all of them had a lot of thoughts. How could they not understand? There was a story behind this. Some people looked at perfected Lord Haotian with a touch of sympathy in their eyes. This touch of green was so bright. No one present acted rashly. Everyone's eyes were looking at Emperor Donghua, and Emperor Donghua's gaze fell on Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao instantly felt a touch of strangeness. He actually felt that Emperor Donghua's gaze was as if it was alive. This was unbelievable. One had to know that only Jun Xiaoyao knew that he was in a dream. How could the things in a dream be real? And now, he actually felt that Emperor Donghua's gaze seemed to have transcended the boundary between reality and illusion and landed on him. An unfathomable anomaly that can't be deduced. Emperor Donghua muttered to himself. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were slightly shocked. This was really strange. Did Emperor Donghua really see through him? Previously, he had only heard that these mythological experts, even if someone chanted their name, would be able to sense it and manifest themselves in the world. And now, Emperor Donghua was just an illusion in a dream created by the will of the forgotten nation. Could he manifest his true spirit? Just as Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled, Emperor Donghua said indifferently, "Send him to the 18 levels of hell and suffer the torment of sins." Chapter 1287. Father, don't. Hearing Emperor Donghua's words, Yuan Che's expression suddenly changed. She knew how terrifying the 18 levels of hell were. That was the heaviest punishment in Xianting. In front of such a punishment, even death was a gift. The 18 levels of hell were filled with endless sins and blood tribulations. Each level was a great torture. Ordinary people couldn't even withstand the first few levels. Although in Yuan Che's eyes, Jun Xiaoyao's background was mysterious, but it was impossible for him to survive in the 18 levels of hell. You reap what you sow. Perfected Lord Haotian's face was cold. In his eyes, Jun Xiaoyao was already a dead man. Father, if you want to send Yulang to the 18 levels of hell, then banish me too. Yuan Che lost her composure for the first time and roared. She had always been an obedient girl who didn't make things difficult for her father. However, Jun Xiaoyao was the first person to make her maiden heart move. He was also the first man to leave a mark in her heart. She couldn't accept such an outcome. As for Jun Xiaoyao, he was very calm. A hint of contemplation flashed through his eyes. Then he spoke. If I can let Princess Yuan Che have the freedom to choose her own marriage, then what's the harm in sending me to the 18 levels of hell? It had to be said that Jun Xiaoyao's flirting skills were really maxed out. Yuan Che's heart was about to break when she heard this. When perfected Lord Haotian saw the scene, his expression was extremely cold. Although he didn't awaken Di Haotian's own consciousness, but he also sensed that this white-robed man seemed to want to leave a deep impression on Yuan Che. Unknowingly, Yuan Che had fallen for him. But to be honest, no woman would be able to resist Jun Xiaoyao's charm at this moment. That kind of carefree willingness to risk his life for his sweetheart was enough to capture the heart of any woman. Since that's the case, then I'll fulfill your wish. Emperor Donghua stretched out a large, hazy hand. Jun Xiaoyao felt that this hand was like the heavens, suppressing him. In an instant, heaven and earth seemed to have been turned upside down. In front of Jun Xiaoyao there was chaos. Then he felt like a bird with broken wings. Falling. In the end, the surroundings turned into a world of blood and magma. He was sent to the 18th level of hell. The 18 levels of hell were the most terrifying punishments in Xianting. Every layer was unbearable, and one would have to endure endless pain. For example, the hell of the tree of iron, the hell of the mirror of retribution, the hell of the steamer, the hell of the mountain of knives, the hell of the frying pan, and so on. These punishments were not something that ordinary cultivators could endure. Only the truly great sinners would be thrown into this place to receive endless punishment. Those who were beaten into the 18 levels of hell would live a life worse than death, enduring eternal torment. Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged in the center of the layers of hell. He was receiving the most terrifying punishment. However, his expression did not change in the slightest. Don't think that Jun Xiaoyao didn't feel anything. Although this was a dream, everything in this dream was no different from reality. That kind of hellish pain was naturally real. However, the main thing was that Jun Xiaoyao's temperament was too terrifying. This kind of physical and mental torture was like sprinkling water to him. It couldn't cause him any real pain. The current Jun Xiaoyao could perfectly control any of his emotions, including pain. However, the only thing that Jun Xiaoyao was concerned about was the 18 levels of hell were filled with endless power of sin. This power of sin was constantly invading his body. The strangest thing was that Jun Xiaoyao actually felt that this power of sin was real and not a figment of the dream. Could it be? A thought flashed through Jun Xiaoyao's mind. His eyes suddenly became playful. Emperor Donghua, the last master of the ancient Xianting. His thoughts and methods are truly admirable. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but sigh. The methods of such a mythical figure were close to that of a god. But now, Jun Xiaoyao, who was deep in the 18 levels of hell, felt an inexplicable stir in his heart. His talent had already broken through to that of the King of Variants. In terms of Tao comprehension and other aspects, he had naturally reached the top level. In this special environment, Jun Xiaoyao also felt the desire to comprehend the Tao gushing out of his heart. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. What he was best at was turning all situations that were unfavorable to him into situations that were beneficial to him. For example, the 18 levels of hell was the best environment for him to comprehend the Tao. Perhaps my origin great Tao Abhijna can use this to evolve new changes again. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. His origin great Tao Abhijna Genesis had not had any new inspiration after it transformed into God's sacrifice when he was training in the wilderness. But now, in this special environment, Jun Xiaoyao's heart was stirred. He began to immerse himself in cultivation. It could be said that no one would have thought of it. This was the most terrifying place of punishment in the ancient Xianting. It was actually turned into a place for Jun Xiaoyao to comprehend the Tao and cultivate. On the other side, at the myriad immortal banquet in the Lingxiao Palace, Yuan Che cried and roared, "I'm also a sinner. Why didn't Father send me to the 18 levels of hell too?" She felt that she and Jun Xiaoyao were like the white snake and Su Xian in the story. They were clearly in love, but in the end it was difficult for lovers to get married. "All right, stop fooling around," Emperor Donghua said lightly. This myriad immortal banquet ended, and perfected Lord Haotian and Yuan Che's wedding banquet naturally ended without a conclusion. If it was before, Yuan Che's relationship with perfected Lord Haotian was still considered a friend. But now, she was even colder to perfected Lord Haotian than to a stranger. Perfected Lord Haotian vaguely felt as if he had lost something important. This made him extremely uncomfortable. But he couldn't force Yuan Che. After all, she was Emperor Donghua's daughter. After that, Yuan Che didn't want to eat or drink anymore. Her belt gradually loosened, but she didn't regret it in the end. And the power of sin in her body gradually became difficult to control. The only way was to separate the three souls of heaven, earth, and man, as Donghua Emperor had said before. During this period, Jun Xiaoyao had been comprehending the Tao in the 18 levels of hell. He didn't know when this dream would end, but he felt that it was going to end soon. And as time passed, Jun Xiaoyao's genesis, the embryonic form of the fourth move, was about to be completed. However, he was still missing the last step. He lacked the most important enlightenment. The 18 levels of hell is just SOSO. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. What an interesting person. At this moment, a voice sounded. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't surprised. He looked at the source of the voice. A hazy figure appeared, as if standing in the depths of layers of time and space. It was blurry. It was Emperor Donghua. It seems that you aren't surprised? Emperor Donghua said. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, Isn't your purpose to test if I'm suitable to transfer the great sin? Chapter 1288. After Jun Xiaoyao was knocked down to the 18th level of hell, he sensed the power of sin. He immediately understood. This was actually Emperor Donghua's method. He was choosing an existence for his daughter who could transfer great sins. The 18th level of hell was actually the best place to test whether one could bear great sins. And Jun Xiaoyao's performance had undoubtedly passed the test. Haha, smart. Emperor Donghua said indifferently. However, I have a question. Jun Xiaoyao continued. Speak. When the false is real, the real is also false. Where there is nothing, there is nothing. Jun Xiaoyao didn't name him. He only recited a poem. He couldn't directly ask whether Emperor Donghua was just an illusion in a dream or a real existence. That might cause the dream to become unstable. And Jun Xiaoyao hadn't achieved his goal yet, so he didn't directly point it out. But who was Emperor Donghua? He was the former lord of the ancient Xianting. It could be said that he was also one of the most powerful existences in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Jun Xiaoyao's seemingly nonsensical poem might have confused the rest of the people who heard it. However, Emperor Donghua said indifferently, True and false, false and true. To us, it no longer has any meaning. If I say it's true, it's true. If I say it's false, it must be false. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were secretly shocked when he heard this, as expected of a mythical Darch. For such a figure, it was normal for him to control the universe, create heaven and earth, and swim in the river of time. True and false no longer had any meaning to them. If he wanted this illusion to be real, then this illusion would be real, even if this was just a dream constructed by the Forgotten Nation's will. This was a true mythical technique. It was unimaginable. Therefore, Your Majesty, you have always been choosing people who can transfer great sins to Princess Yuanche, even if they are separated by countless years. Jun Xiaoyao said meaningfully. Emperor Donghua said indifferently, So, I found you. Why would Your Majesty think that I would be willing? Jun Xiaoyao asked. You will. As soon as Emperor Donghua finished speaking, he raised his hand again and reached out toward Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's vision blurred all of a sudden, and the world spun around him. In the next moment, he arrived at the soaring Heaven King Hall. At this moment, the Lingshao King Hall was already filled with people. Although there weren't as many people as during the Myriad Immortal Banquet, there were still quite a number of them. It's him. He actually came out of the 18 levels of hell alive. Miracle. What a miracle. That's the 18 levels of hell. Even great emperors would lose a layer of their skin if they were thrown into that place. Their bodies would be filled with eternal sin. Yet he came out unscathed. The crowd was in an uproar. How is this possible? Among the crowd, true Lord Haotian was also present. His eyes widened as he stared at Jun Xiaoyao in disbelief. That was the 18 levels of hell, the most terrifying place of Xianting's punishment. Since ancient times, very few people had been able to come out. Even if they could be released with a lighter sentence, they would still be filled with sin and would be seriously injured. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened. It was as if he had just gone for a stroll. This made everyone in Xianting feel incredulous. This guy is really something. Everyone present clicked their tongues in wonder. Yu Lang, an unforgettable voice sounded. In the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao was hugged by a beautiful girl. Yuan Che's eyes were filled with tears of joy. She didn't expect to see Jun Xiaoyao again in her lifetime, because she was about to soul transform into 3 parts soon. She thought that she would never see Jun Xiaoyao again. Yuan Che, I'm fine. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and patted Yuan Che's back. Seeing this scene, everyone present was silent, other than her father, Emperor Donghua. Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who dared to hug Yuan Che like that. How dare you touch the princess's body? The blood vessels in perfected Lord Hao Tian's temples were throbbing. He wasn't a ninja turtle. How could he endure such a scene? If he still didn't make a move, he would really become a green-haired turtle. Boom! Perfected Lord Hao Tian's aura was terrifying and was about to suppress Jun Xiaoyao. Emperor Donghua, who was floating high in the void, flicked his finger lightly. Bang! Perfected Lord Hao Tian was immediately sent flying and vomited blood. Sorry, I lost my composure. Perfected Lord Hao Tian came back to his senses and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Yuan Che was Emperor Donghua's daughter. Even Emperor Donghua hadn't said anything, but he attacked first. This was a great disrespect. TSK. It seems that Emperor Donghua's guess was right. This person might really bear Princess Yuan Che's great sin. In a dazzling sun, a Xian Ting emperor was sitting cross-legged and sighing. We won't know until we try. Emperor Donghua looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a meaningful gaze. What? He is? Perfected Lord Hao Tian's eyes widened. He immediately understood the reason. This white-robed man actually had the ability to bear the power of Yuan Che's great sin. Father, what are you talking about? Yuan Che had just reunited with Jun Xiaoyao and didn't even have time to rejoice. Hearing this, she immediately panicked a little. However, Jun Xiaoyao had already expected this. He turned to look at Emperor Donghua. Emperor Donghua said, "Are you willing to transfer the great sin to my daughter?" What? Father, no, this won't do. Hearing this, Yuan Che's face instantly turned as pale as a sheet. She shook her head vigorously. She knew how terrifying the power of the great sins within her body was. Even as an imperial emperor, she was in such a sorry state. If he transferred it to someone else, it would be equivalent to letting that person die for him. Not to mention that the person she was going to marry was her sweetheart. Jun Xiaoyao's expression didn't change. His gaze met Emperor Donghua's. Yi Futian finally understood why Emperor Donghua was so certain that Yi Futian would agree. Because Jun Xiaoyao had discovered it. If he wanted to completely comprehend a new move of the great Tao of origins, he still needed the most crucial enlightenment, and that enlightenment came from the great sin power in Yuan Che's body. In other words, he had to transfer the great sin power in Yuan Che's body to be able to comprehend the new move of Genesis. Besides, even if this didn't happen, Jun Xiaoyao had to do the same, because not only would this completely destroy Di Haotian's plan, it would also plant an indelible mark in Yuan Che's heart. In that case, at least when Yuan Che woke up, she wouldn't have any hostility towards him. In fact, just like Ling Yan in the beginning, it would be difficult for her to do anything to him. This way, Jun Xiaoyao would have one less opponent who posed the greatest threat. After all, this last princess of the ancient Xianting was still very powerful and charismatic. Otherwise, Di Haotian wouldn't have spent so much effort to rope Yuan Che in. Unfortunately, everything that Di Haotian arranged so carefully has become my wedding dress in the end. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Lord Haotian from the corner of his eye. At this moment, Lord Haotian's eyes also began to change. It was as if some kind of thought had begun to awaken in his heart. Chapter 1289. Don't agree, Yu Lang. You'll die if you accept my sins. Yuan Che panicked. She grabbed Jun Xiaoyao's arm with her jade-like hands and pleaded with him. She knew how terrifying the power of great sins in her body was. It had nothing to do with cultivation. As long as one was tainted by this power, they were destined to die a horrible death. She was certain that Jun Xiaoyao would definitely die if he were to take on the sins that she had committed. However, Jun Xiaoyao simply smiled and placed his hand on Yuan Che's hand. Yuan Che's heart trembled when she saw Jun Xiaoyao smile. She already knew Jun Xiaoyao's choice. "I'm willing," Jun Xiaoyao said. "Don't!" Yuan Che cried and buried her head in Jun Xiaoyao's arms. She was crying her heart out. Jun Xiaoyao was the first person to make her heart flutter. He might be the only one. How could she let Jun Xiaoyao die for her? "Yu Lang, as long as you don't agree, even father can't force you," Yuan Che begged. Jun Xiaoyao was still smiling. "If I don't transfer your sins, how can I comprehend the great Tao of origin? Moreover, this was a dream. Even if they were transferred, it wouldn't matter." Of course, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't say any of this out loud. If you can make a girl cry her heart out for you, why should you expose her? Even Jun Xiaoyao himself felt that he was taking advantage of the situation a little too far. However, he still said gently, "Yuan Che, do you still remember the story of the legend of the white snake? I don't want to become Su Xian because Su Xian is too weak. He can't even protect his woman. I want to protect you, as long as I can set you free. So what if I fall into the abyss of hell?" Jun Xiaoyao's words were filled with warmth. Yuan Che felt a piercing pain in her heart. One could imagine how deeply this emotion would take root in Yuan Che's heart. In this way, Jun Xiaoyao had achieved his goal. He had completely ruined Di Haoyan's plan. In fact, it was even the other way around. He was like a dove taking over the magpie's nest and taking all the benefits for himself. Not only would he be able to win Yuan Che's heart, he would also be able to comprehend a quintessence, great Tao divine ability. Jun Xiaoyao's move could be said to have made a killing. At this moment, true monarch Hao Tian, who had been in a daze, felt as if he had been electrocuted. His gaze instantly turned sharp. As he looked at Jun Xiaoyao and Yuan Che, a wisp of shock, bewilderment, and fury immediately appeared on his face. Jun Xiaoyao, "True, Lord Di Haoyan, no, it should be Di Haoyan now," because his mind had already awakened. However, it was already too late. Seeing this scene, Di Haoyan could not believe it, and he could not believe it. His plan had completely failed. How is this possible? Even someone as scheming as Di Haoyan was a little confused, unable to understand what was happening. In his imagination, he wanted to marry Yuan Che in the dream and form an inextricable bond. Then he would offer the origin of Gu Tizi and Ling Yan to completely subdue Yuan Che and make her his woman. How did it become like this now? Di Haoyan directly attacked to stop all of this. If Jun Xiaoyao was really sacrificed, it would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark in Yuan Che's heart. Then his plan could almost be declared a failure. What's wrong with true monarch Hao Tian? Is he crazy? Nonsense, if it were you. Wouldn't you want to kill someone after being cuckolded in front of your face? Oh, that's right. Some Xian Ting cultivators around were watching the show. Humph! A cold voice sounded. Di Haotian's figure instantly vomited blood and was sent flying. It wasn't easy to find a candidate to transfer the sin to. Kill him. Are you going to replace him? Emperor Donghua said coldly. No, he is. Di Haotian lost his composure. He even felt that the Jun Xiaoyao in front of him was also a dream existence, a demon in his heart. Because the real Jun Xiaoyao shouldn't have come to the forgotten nation. Then Emperor Donghua made his move. He placed Jun Xiaoyao and Yuan Che in the array formation. Yuan Che didn't want to do this, but she couldn't resist Emperor Donghua's methods. For the sake of his daughter's safety, this was nothing. No, no, Yuan Che shook her head in despair. Her eyes were red and her tears had dried up. Jun Xiaoyao was still calm and said with a smile, "Meeting you is a beautiful dream, but there will be a day when I wake up." but we can make a promise. We will definitely meet again in the future." Yuan Che's tears stopped. "Why are you lying to me at this time?" "How is this possible? I'm not lying to you." Jun Xiaoyao stretched out his pinky. Yuan Che's eyes were hazy with tears. She remembered the first time she met Jun Xiaoyao in the 10-mile peach blossom forest. At that time, she stretched out her pinky and made a promise with Jun Xiaoyao that they would meet again in the 10-mile peach blossom forest. Yuan Che cried loudly and stretched out her trembling pinky to make a pinky promise with Jun Xiaoyao. On the other side, Di Haotian, who saw this scene, trembled and spat out another mouthful of blood. Strictly speaking, he didn't hate her for love. In his eyes, Yuan Che was just a tool. However, such a beautiful and noble tool was one of a kind. But now, she was completely captured by Jun Xiaoyao. This is a dream. This Jun Xiaoyao must be a dream. It can't be real. Di Haotian could only comfort himself like this. Emperor Donghua activated the array formation. With the supreme mythical power, he extracted the power of great sin in Yuan Che's body and transferred it to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's understanding in his heart became deeper and deeper. The fourth mystique of Genesis gradually became clearer in his mind. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao also felt that the scene around him was becoming more and more illusory. It seems that the time of the dream tide is coming soon. Jun Xiaoyao sighed in his heart. "Yu Lang!" Yuan Che's hoarse cry sounded. "Yuan Che, goodbye!" Jun Xiaoyao closed his eyes. At that moment, he completely understood his technique. He had comprehended the fourth divine power of Genesis. He believed that it would bring Di Haotian a surprise. After passing through a grotesque and variegated haze, Yi Zichen looked at Yi Zichen. Jun Xiaoyao woke up again. He found himself on a sea. It was the sea that he had entered when he went deep into the forgotten nation. Jun Xiaoyao recovered from the dream tide. It was a dream, but it was also incomparably real. Jun Xiaoyao sighed, even if he had his own thoughts in the dream. But that dream was almost the same as reality. He saw the heyday of the ancient Xianting. He also saw the last emperor of the ancient Xianting, Emperor Donghua. Until now, Jun Xiaoyao was still wondering if the Emperor Donghua in the dream really had a wisp of his true spirit. Could it be that Emperor Donghua has been choosing someone for Yuan Che to transfer her sins to, such as me? When Jun Xiaoyao thought of this, there was a hint of surprise in his heart. These ancient big shots all had extraordinary means and were mysterious. Did Emperor Donghua calculate that in the golden era of the future, there would be someone who could solve his daughter's great sin? If that was the case, then Emperor Donghua's plan was too deep. He had really put in a lot of effort for his daughter. But now, Jun Xiaoyao didn't have the power of sin in his body. After all, it was a dream. However, the fourth mystic ability of the Genesis era really existed in his mind. At this moment, the system's notification sounded in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. He had met the conditions for signing in. After signing in, a hint of surprise appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, and then he revealed a meaningful smile. Di Haotian, oh Di Haotian, how are you going to fight me? With this treasure of signing in, Jun Xiaoyao was 100% confident. He could completely shatter Di Haotian's dream of unifying the Xianting. Chapter 1290. At the same time, on the other side of the sea, a figure was exuding a monstrous anger, causing huge waves to rise on the surface of the sea. It was Di Haotian. Jun Xiaoyao, how is it possible? How could he appear in the dream? Di Haotian's silver eyes were filled with bone-deep anger. This was not in line with his temperament and temperament. It should be known that he had always had a card up his sleeve, with a kind of calmness that was in control of everything. His original plan was to form a karmic bond with Yuan Che in the dreamscape. Then, in reality, he would give the origin of Fuxi's sacred body to Yuan Che. At the same time, he would give Ling Yan to Yuan Che so that the three souls could be united. This was also why Di Haotian had said before, Ling Yan was an important chess piece, related to an important figure in the ancient Xianting. That figure was the last princess of the ancient Xianting, Yuan Che. Is it because Jun Xiaoyao has become my inner demon, so he is reflected in the dream? Di Haoqian pondered and felt that this should be the reason. Otherwise, it could not explain why Jun Xiaoyao appeared in the dream. But no matter what, the plan in the dream has failed, completely failed. Di Haoqian clenched his 5 fingers tightly. As a reincarnated person, he originally knew everything like the back of his hand. All kinds of changes in the future were in his hands. It was because of this that he was able to set up this plan to win Yuan Che over and unify the Xianting. However, after meeting Jun Xiaoyao, he felt that everything was not going well. Jun Xiaoyao, an anomaly that does not exist in the future, has completely affected my plan. After leaving the Forgotten Country, I will find a way to destroy him. Di Haoqian's eyes were filled with a trace of killing intent. If Jun Xiaoyao had only been a slightly troublesome opponent in his eyes before, then Jun Xiaoyao would have been nothing more than a slightly troublesome opponent. But now, in his eyes, Jun Xiaoyao was a target that must be eliminated. No, there is still a chance. After all, it is just a dream. It doesn't mean it is real. Di Haoqian did not give up. Although the cause in the dream failed, he still had a chance to win over Yuan Che in reality. After thinking of this, Di Haoqian continued to go deeper into the sea. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao also continued to go deeper. Although he had signed in, he still needed to find Yuan Che's body. After all, she was too important. She absolutely could not be drawn to Di Haoqian's side. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao was unable to ascertain whether or not Yuan Che would be affected by the dream. If she was not affected by the dream, she could still be attracted by Di Haoqian. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was making his way forward, he saw a beautiful figure standing on the misty sea in front of him. Taking a closer look, it was Ling Yuan. Ling Yan. Ling Yan turned around and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. Her eyes were still filled with bewilderment. It was as if she had just woken up from a dream. Jun Xiaoyao, I had a dream, Ling Yan said absent-mindedly. Did you enter this sea through the flower of the past? Jun Xiaoyao asked. No, I stepped in directly, Ling Yan said. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a thoughtful look, and then he understood. He finally confirmed that the method of dividing the 3 souls in the dream was real. Why did Ling Yan not need the flower of the past to step into this place? Because she and Princess Yuan Che, who is sleeping here, were originally one body. Jun Xiaoyao, tell me, who am I? Granny Lan said that as long as I came to the Forgotten Kingdom, I would be able to find the answer to my 2 souls in one body. But now I don't know whether it's true or not. Ling Yan was extremely confused. It was the first time Jun Xiaoyao saw this cold and strong woman show such a confused look. Previously, when I faced the flower of the past, I seemed to feel like I was a princess. There was a hazy and blurry figure stroking my head lovingly. Who was he? Jun Xiaoyao was silent for a moment and then said, I can tell you the truth about some things, but Jun Xiaoyao was still a little hesitant. Wasn't this truth a little cruel to Ling Yan? Do you know the truth? Tell me. Ling Yan stepped forward and grabbed Jun Xiaoyao's hand, her eyes firm. Jun Xiaoyao sighed slightly. He also told Ling Yuan about some of the things that happened in the dream, including the matter of Princess Yuan Che's soul being divided into 3, and so on. In the dream, it was Jun Xiaoyao who helped Princess Yuan Che transfer the great sin. But in reality, no one helped Princess Yuan Che transfer the sin. Therefore, at that time, Emperor Dong Hua chose the method of dividing one soul into 3. He separated the earthly and human souls and threw them into the reincarnation well, then let them fuse with the origin of the saint body. In the future, when Yuan Che's heaven soul awakened, she could pick the fruit and fuse the earthly and human souls. After hearing this, Ling Yan was stunned. Her delicate and beautiful face was pale and bloodless. Then Ling Yan actually laughed. That smile was bitter and self-deprecating. I, Ling Yan, am only the earthly and human souls of Princess Yuanche? Ling Yan didn't dare to believe it, nor did she want to believe it. She felt that it was ridiculous, Although it's just something in the dream, it should be the truth, Jun Xiaoyao said. When the earthly and human souls were reincarnated in the reincarnation, well, they gave birth to their own consciousness. They also gradually forgot that their previous selves were Princess Yuanche. The earthly soul became Ling Yan. The human soul became Fairy Yuan. And the two souls intertwined to create two people with two souls in one body. The higher-ups of Empress Hua's immortal lineage should know this secret. Therefore, they specially created a body for Fairy Yuan. But they hid it from Ling Yan and Fairy Yuan. They probably didn't want the two of them to lose control of their emotions too early and doubt themselves. Later, when Fairy Yuan's soul fused with Ling Yan's soul, it could be considered one less troublesome step. Jun Xiaoyao also completely understood the purpose of Empress Hua's immortal lineage. It was to nurture Ling Yan and Fairy Yuan, and then fuse them with Princess Yuanche. Because of Ling Yan and Fairy Yuan's influence, Princess Yuanche would lean towards Empress Hua's immortal lineage. In the end, she would use her influence and identity as the last princess to lead Empress Hua's immortal lineage to power. This was the true purpose of Empress Hua's immortal lineage. Even Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The 9 great Xianting immortal lineages were truly scheming in order to fight for the position of power. It was impossible to guard against all kinds of overt and covert moves. Di Haotian wanted to rope in Yuanche, and so did Empress Hua's immortal lineage. It would be strange if such a faction didn't break apart. Ha ha. Fairy Yuan's life is under my control. I thought I was the ruler of her life. But now, I'm just someone else's earthly soul. In this case, what's the difference between me and Fairy Yuan? I thought I controlled her fate, but in the end, my own fate is also under someone else's control. Is this Fairy Yuan's revenge on me? Ling Yan lost her composure and laughed bitterly at herself. She was a strong woman, but now she discovered that she had become someone else's substitute. She'd used Fairy Yuan, but now her own life was only for the sake of another person's achievements. This was indeed a kind of irony. Once Princess Yuanche woke up and absorbed her, she would also be able to rob her of her power source. If that happened, she would lose everything. Just like how Fairy Yuan had fused with her, she would become a part of Yuanche. What young emperor of the Xianting? What princess of Empress Hua's immortal lineage? Everything would be gone. Ling Yan felt like she was a clown, a laughable joke. Why? Ling Yan lost control. Her beautiful face contorted. The truth was too cruel for her. Even Empress Hua's immortal lineage, who'd raised her with great care, had lied to her. This was a fatal blow to Ling Yan. She couldn't believe anything. And now, the only person who stood by her side and could give her support was Jun Xiaoyao. Chapter 1291. It could be said that Ling Yan's worldview had been completely overturned. Right now, she was doubting everything, even herself. What was the meaning of her existence? Was it just to become her substitute? When Yuanche woke up, she would definitely want to suppress her and refine her. Then, she would be like Fairy Yuan, completely fusing with her. Ling Yan's delicate body trembled, and her mind was dizzy. She seemed to feel it, and darkness filled her eyes. It was as if all the light had disappeared. This made Ling Yan feel fear and tremble. And just as Ling Yan felt lonely and helpless, and there was only darkness, all of a sudden, she was pulled into a broad embrace. It was Jun Xiaoyao hugging her. Jun Xiaoyao you. Ling Yan's delicate body suddenly trembled. Now, it shouldn't be the time to completely despair, right? Under the hood, Jun Xiaoyao's handsome and peerless face carried a faint smile. It was as if anything was not a big deal in his eyes, and he could solve it. Now, what did Ling Yan lack? Wasn't it just an embrace and support? Ling Yan felt that Jun Xiaoyao was the only ray of light in the endless darkness. She could no longer hold it in and buried herself in Jun Xiaoyao's arms. A teardrop fell from the corner of her eye. In her darkest moment, the only one by her side was Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao could only sigh. When Fairy Yuan burned herself and merged her soul with Ling Yan, she was not so desperate, because she did it willingly. It could be said that the reason why Ling Yan was so attached to her now, there was definitely a part of Fairy Yuan's will in it. Even Ling Yuan herself did not want to acknowledge this will of hers. But Fairy Yuan's will did exist. Ling Yan lay in Jun Xiaoyao's arms for a long time. Jun Xiaoyao also hugged her like this. It could be said that before this, Ling Yan had feelings for Jun Xiaoyao, but it was as if there was a layer of window paper between them, hazy. Ling Yan didn't have the courage to break it. After all, she and Jun Xiaoyao were on opposite sides. The resistance between the two of them was too great. But at this moment, in her most helpless and darkest moment, it was Jun Xiaoyao's shoulder that gave her the only support. Ling Yan's feelings for Jun Xiaoyao had completely broken through the window paper. She finally confirmed that she liked Jun Xiaoyao, regardless of whether it was Fairy Yuan's influence or not. But now it was her own decision. As for Jun Xiaoyao's, his attitude towards Ling Yan, he was indeed using Ling Yan. However, that woman, Fairy Maiden Yuan, had indeed left a mark in his heart, although it was only a little. As for Ling Yan, in the beginning, she was indeed on the opposite side of Jun Xiaoyao. But later on, after interacting with her for a long time, he realized that this seemingly cold girl actually had a cute and proud side. And this side could only be seen by Jun Xiaoyao. Humans were complicated animals. Especially women, they were even more complicated. Ling Yan was not a woman that could be described with one word. Ling Yan, it's about time. The forgotten country is about to end. Jun Xiaoyao patted Ling Yan's shoulder. Ling Yan raised her head. Jun Xiaoyao realized that there were no tears in her eyes. Instead, there was a firm light in her eyes. Jun Xiaoyao, I've thought it through, Ling Yan suddenly said. What? Why must I be fused and refined in the end? Why can't I fuse and refine Yuan Che? Ling Yan's words made Jun Xiaoyao speechless. Ling Yan was indeed that cold and domineering queen. She actually wanted to refine Princess Yuan Che. This was equivalent to a son wanting to be a father. After all, of the three souls of heaven, earth and man, the heaven soul was the leader. As an earth soul, Ling Yan actually wanted to fuse with a heaven soul. Even Empress was a mortal lineage only thought that Ling Yan's thoughts could affect Yuan Che slightly. She also never thought of asking her to devour a heaven soul. But I need your help. Ling Yan looked at Jun Xiaoyao. If there was anyone who could give her confidence that she would not be fused with Yuan Che, Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who could do that. The last princess of the ancient Xianting dynasty had almost reached the peak of her status and strength. She had the imperial emperor's bloodline and the power of great sin. Although she could not control it, it was still an extremely terrifying power. Although she was also Yuan Che's earth soul. But the hibernating Yuan Che had a physical body. In other words, only Yuan Che had the imperial emperor's bloodline. If she woke up, she would become the top prodigy of this golden era. Jun Xiaoyao and a handful of others were the only ones who were able to match Yuan Che in terms of bloodline and strength. Even Di Haoyan was a little short. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to borrow Yuan Che's power. Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who was qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yuan Che in terms of status. Ling Yan, don't be anxious. We still don't know what Yuan Che's attitude is. When the time comes, there might be room for negotiation, Jun Xiaoyao said. He was not prepared to become enemies with Yuan Che. This last princess of the ancient Xian-Ting dynasty did have some background. Jun Xiaoyao was not afraid of Yuan Che. but he was still a little wary of Emperor Donghua's methods. If he really wanted to touch Yuan Che, he would probably trigger some of Emperor Donghua's backup plans. Jun Xiaoyao was not afraid of anyone, but there was no need to get into big trouble for no reason. Besides, Jun Xiaoyao thought, Yuan Che might not be hostile to him. After all, in the dream, she loved him so much that she wanted to die. Then let's find her first, Ling Yan said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. The two of them traveled through the sea. This sea was called the Dream Sea, and it was the core of the Forgotten Nation. Only Jun Xiaoyao, Ling Yan, and Di Haotian could leave the dream and reach the core of the Dream Sea. Even the saints of the ancient Xianting could only wander around the edge of the Dream Sea. Jun Xiaoyao and Ling Yan arrived at the core of the Dream Sea. At the end of the sea, there was an island. On the island, there was a palace that seemed to be carved out of glass and jade. Flowers were blooming like brocades, and they were colorful and beautiful. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes immediately changed. He recognized that this was the Jasper Flower Palace in the dream. It was also the palace where Princess Yuan Che lived. Princess Yuan Che is indeed sleeping here, Jun Xiaoyao said. Ling Yan clenched her jade-like hand slightly. Obviously, she was not calm. At this moment, on the other side, a figure also turned into a ray of light and appeared in the distance. Golden hair fluttering, silver eyes indifferent. Who else could it be but Di Haotian? Di Haotian looked around and saw Ling Yan and Jun Xiaoyao beside her. However, Jun Xiaoyao was still dressed as the black-robed man. Di Haotian's silver eyes were sharp, as if he did not expect that someone else could reach this place besides Ling Yan. Silver runes appeared in his eyes. He activated the silver eyes of Illusion Breaker, trying to see through the black-robed man. However, there was no way Jun Xiaoyao could be seen through so easily. For some reason, Di Haotian had a bad feeling in his heart. Before entering the Forgotten Kingdom, he had noticed the black-robed man beside Ling Yan. At that time, although he felt a trace of strangeness, he did not care. Now he felt that he seemed to have overlooked something. Ling Yan, this is... Di Haotian said indifferently. Ling Yan asked in return, Where is Gu Tizi? Di Haotian was expressionless. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes when he looked at Ling Yan. He's dead. So, you also want to kill me, take my sacred body origin, and give my soul to Yuan Che. Ling Yuan's beautiful face was filled with extreme coldness. Oh, it seems that you already know everything. Yes, that's what I want to do. Di Haotian's tone was casual. He had directly admitted it. At this point, he did not mind Ling Yan knowing the truth, because her fate was already sealed. She was going to be refined by Yuan Che. Chapter 1292. Are you trying to start a war between the immortal lineages? Ling Yan rebuked coldly. No matter what, Gu Tizi was still the heir of Fuxi. She was also the princess of Empress Hua's lineage. It was one thing for Di Haotian to kill Gu Tizi, but that was Fuxi's internal affair. But Di Haotian wanted to kill her. Wasn't he afraid of starting a civil war between Fuxi and Empress Hua? Di Haotian, on the other hand, sneered disdainfully. War? Of course not. When I become the ruler of the Xianting, I'll unify all of Xianting. How could I let a civil war happen? You, Ling Yan snorted. Although there's been a slight mishap in the plan, the outcome won't change. Di Haotian still seemed confident in himself. Then, his gaze turned cold as he looked at Ling Yan. As long as he killed Ling Yan here, he'd be able to obtain Empress Hua's sacred body origin. At the same time, he'd extract Ling Yan's nascent spirit and offer it to Yuan Che. Although he didn't have the connection in the dream, Di Haotian felt that Yuan Che wouldn't refuse him as long as he gave her enough benefits. As if sensing the killing intent in Di Haotian's eyes, Ling Yan secretly gathered her strength. Di Haotian was extremely strong, but she, Ling Yan, also had the seal of the Celestial Emperor's throne. She wasn't completely powerless. Besides, Di Haotian still didn't know who was standing next to her. Jun Xiaoyao gave Ling Yan a sense of security she'd never felt before. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, didn't say a word. He simply looked on coolly. He'd achieved his initial goal. Not only had he completely ruined Di Haotian's plan, but he'd also completely destroyed it. It seemed like the conflict between the immortal factions had been thoroughly ignited. At the very least, it would be very difficult for Empress Hua and Fuxi immortal lineage to unite. If Xianting was not unified, the Jun family would undoubtedly benefit. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao had achieved his goal of splitting Xianting. The next step was to wait for Yuan Che to be born. At that time, something even more exciting would happen. He really wanted to see what Di Haotian's expression would be like at that time. Just as Di Haotian was about to make a move on Ling Yan, suddenly, the Jasper Flower Palace began to tremble. Could it be? Di Haotian temporarily stopped and turned his gaze to the Jasper Flower Palace. However, the Jasper Flower Palace wasn't the one that was truly shocked. Instead, it was the small island below it. At the same time, waves of terrifying soul power were also vibrating. That terrifying soul power even made Jun Xiaoyao feel an immense amount of pressure. Soul power that surpasses the Eternal Sands level. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. He had previously confirmed that it could maintain such a huge illusion. The soul power of the Forgotten Nations will definitely surpass the Eternal Sands level. And now it seemed that the source of the soul power was actually this island. Under the gazes of Di Haotian, Ling Yan, and Jun Xiaoyao, the Jasper Flower Palace on the island began to float in the air and leave the island. It was as if it was leaving the Forgotten Nation. And as the Jasper Flower Palace rose, that island also emerged from the surface of the sea. However, when the three people present saw it, their eyes were shocked. Because it wasn't an island. Instead, it was a creature that looked like an oyster, a clam, or a shell-like creature. The oyster-like creature had a 7-colored halo flowing on its shell, and countless mysterious and complicated runes were imprinted on it. At the same time, immortal energy lingered around it, and its aura was extremely strong. Furthermore, that extremely terrifying soul force also came from his body. That is a Ho? Di Haotian, Ling Yan, and the others were all surprised. Although Di Haotian had the memories of a lifetime, he didn't uncover the secrets of the Forgotten Nation in his memories. But now they saw the truth. The Forgotten Nation, one of the so-called 7 incredible things, was actually a Ho. And it wasn't an ordinary Ho. After an incomparably long period of time, it could already be called a primordial immortal Ho. Jun Xiaoyao was also very surprised. Previously, when he was on the Emperor Road, he had experienced the opportunity of the Kuin Peng nest. And in that Kuin Peng nest, there was a Ho. The so-called Ho in the Mirage referred to this kind of creature. It could create illusions and confuse living beings. However, the Ho in the Kuin Peng nest couldn't be compared to the primordial immortal Ho in front of them. That Ho was only of mixed blood, and the primordial immortal Ho in front of them was very likely a pure-blooded ancient creature that had inherited its heritage from the ancient times. Under the gazes of the three people, on the primordial immortal Ho, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared. It was Zhuang Xiaoming. "It's you." Ling Yan looked very surprised. The Forgotten Nation is about to close, and the last princess of the ancient Xianting is about to be born. My promise has been fulfilled. You are the only ones who can reach this place, so this is your reward. As Zhuang Xiaoming spoke, the primordial immortal Ho opened slightly, and 3 balls of light fell into the hands of the 3 people. They were the clam pearls of the primordial immortal Ho. These clam pearls were condensed with rich soul power. One could imagine that, if they were refined, it would obviously be of great benefit to the cultivation of the primordial spirit. Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit had just broken through to the eternal sand level and needed to be consolidated. However, Jun Xiaoyao also noticed the difference in the clam pearls. Di Haotian and Ling Yan's clam pearls both showed a 5-colored luster. On the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao shone with a 7-colored sheen. Obviously, Jun Xiaoyao's clam pearls were of the highest quality. Jun Xiaoyao looked up and saw Zhuang Xiaoming secretly winking at him. Jun Xiaoyao smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect that the will of the Forgotten Nation, which was Zhuang Xiaoming's true form, was actually a Ho, and it should be female. Otherwise, she wouldn't be interested in him. Jun Xiaoyao's charm was attractive to any female. However, it was still too outrageous to attract the attention of a shrew. Jun Xiaoyao didn't have such a strong taste, although there was no lack of existences in the immortal realm who liked this, and there are even some cultivators who specially went to find beast mothers, demon mothers, and so on. But Jun Xiaoyao was a serious person. Yes, a very serious kind. As such, Jun Xiaoyao could only smile awkwardly and politely at Zhuang Xiaoming. Of course, it was still very easy to cultivate to the level of the primordial immortal Ho to transform into a human body. After delivering the clam pearls, the primordial immortal Ho suddenly erupted with a suction force. The Mars demon star in the sky was instantly pulled down and swallowed into the primordial immortal Ho. It was only then that Jun Xiaoyao understood. The Mars demon star was the demon core of the primordial immortal Ho. The so-called appearance of the Mars demon star was actually the primordial immortal Ho spitting out the demon core to open the Forgotten Nation. Those who couldn't leave would have their souls and primordial spirits become nourishment for the demon core. It was precisely because of this that the soul power of the primordial immortal Ho could be cultivated to such a terrifying level. With the disappearance of the Mars demon star, the geniuses who woke up from the dream were also teleported out of the Forgotten Nation, including Jun Xiaoyao, Di Haotian, Ling Yan, and the Jasper Flower Palace. They were all teleported out. The Forgotten Nation had come to an end. But one could imagine that the real dispute had just begun.